Hey everybody, how's it going? How's it going? I hope you're good. No, I know it's on. I know it's on. It better be on, I'm talking. How you doing, Steph? How you doing? Oh, it's lunchtime. And by lunchtime, I mean it's 3 in the afternoon, so it's been approximately 3 hours since I had breakfast. Yeah, I gotta like click it on when I move it over. Because otherwise I forget and I start talking and then it's not on. Does it sound good? I think I figured out the noise gate situation so you don't, hopefully y'all don't hear the like 6 fans pointing at me. No, I had it off before. I turned it on when you went in the fridge. No Robo? No Robo! Just Robo knee. No Robo voice. Heck yeah. I am very happy to not have Robo. It is so hard because I think the first time I was doing noise suppression, I put a noise gate on. Or it might have been vice versa, I can't remember. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Follows are anonymous. Because I know people like to lurk, but I appreciate it. Music might be loud, but it's hard to tell because it's very quiet there as well. So yeah. That's the issue with Resident Evil music, is it like comes and goes. Let me know and I can turn it down like a little bit more. But yeah, I'm playing Resident Evil music because I've been editing a Resident Evil photo shoot thing for like a couple days. I shot Donna Beneviento in YetiCon, which was in June, like the end of June. But I finally finished editing all of it. Very slight fan. Don't worry about it. If it's slight, that's okay. It's just like when it's like super loud, it can be distracting. Because like, unless you think you can like fix it, but fan is important because it is hot as balls in here right now, which is why I'm wearing shorts. It's just too hot. But yeah, wearing Donna was really, really fun. Sounds like a tap running in the background in the next room. Yeah, maybe move it a little bit then. But yeah, the issue with wearing Donna at a convention is I bring Angie with me, and Angie is extremely heavy. She's like fucking huge. I mean, she's in a bag over there, but she's gigantic and very heavy. And also I have a flower in one of my eyes, so I cannot see literally anything out of one eye, which means I don't have depth perception, which makes walking around a convention that is crowded and full of children really difficult. It does sound better. Nom nom. But yeah, I've been very busy. I've been editing a lot. Move where it's pointing and turn it down from 3 to 2. That makes sense. I should still be good temperature wise. It's not as hot as it's been. It's just, you know, hot. And I have too much hair. But yeah, I was editing a whole bunch of stuff. I shot another set Friday night, which Maybe I can show chat some like BTS stuff real quick, actually. Now that I think about it. BTS. Because I am really, really proud of this outfit I put together. Now it's too much hair and not in the park. Okay. The park definitely had too much hair. The park had objectively too much hair. Oh my god. Too many windows are open. Hey Andrew, how's it going? How's it going? Okay. Okay, that's the tab I wanted that to go in. Yeah, I took some like really fun cell phone pictures too. I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. Just very tired from working, probably too much. But yeah, I had a very, very busy schedule the last week, because I think I told you last stream that I'd been shooting a whole bunch that I like shot in the park and things. I think I had just done Toga when I did stream last. But on Friday, or not Friday, did I work Friday? Friday. I think Friday. We went to go see Deadpool and Wolverine, and I won't spoil anything. It was very good. Steph and I did. And we went tie shopping beforehand. Which was a fun time because I needed a tie for a shoot. So this is me. Fucking go away, Discord. This is me on Friday going to watch Deadpool, and we found this like weird like cyberpunk tower situation. This is like the inside of a skyscraper, and it's like that all the way up to the roof in this huge atrium. And I was like, this place is like needs to have like a cyberpunk photo shoot in it. Other than it's like, I'm pretty sure I'd get kicked out immediately. I mean, maybe I'll try it. This is the sort of thing is like I see places like this when I'm like walking around in life, and I don't always take pictures, but I always like log it in my brain, and I'm like, all right, this has this sort of vibe. And so like a lot of times if you see me shooting someplace that's like not a studio, what's probably happened is I like went past it in an Uber at some point, or found it in like a Google search, because like sometimes I will straight up just like Google like interesting places in Toronto and then just like catalog them in my head. I think BlogTO had like a whole thing of like interesting parks in Toronto, or there was a webpage that had all of the like art installations in the city, and I just like go through them and like log in my head like, this would be a cool place to shoot like this sort of vibe or this sort of character. So like that just gave me like cyberpunk vibes, and maybe I'll shoot there sometime, but like I know I'm gonna get kicked out. But who knows. Also, I had to, while going to go see Deadpool, I had to wear the cum hat. Because Deadpool would love that. And yes, I'm wearing the same shirt there as I am now. Don't judge me, okay? It's comfy, and I don't sweat, so it's fine. And I wore it exactly to go buy a tie, and then watch a movie, and then come home. So I was wearing it for maybe like 4 hours. It's fine. But yeah, so we watched Deadpool. I am later gonna talk about some of the controversy stuff. I will give like spoiler warnings before I talk about, there's people that are mad about Deadpool for some fucking reason. So we saw that, and then what was I buying a tie for, you might say? I was buying a tie Not for that. I was buying a tie for this. This is what I was buying a tie for. Buying a tie for this. I was doing a boy version of Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club. A tie for X-Men's? Yes, no, exactly. I was just looking at X-Men stuff, don't worry about it. But I'm really, really, really happy with this outfit. I haven't gotten to look at the photos at all yet. Whereas I've been, this is for September, and I've been editing August stuff. But I'm going to be starting to edit this starting probably later this week. Not tomorrow, because we're doing some Steffi early birthday stuff. But and then I have some temple stuff because I do most Wednesday nights. But yeah, so I just needed a red tie for that, and you'd be surprised how hard it is to find an affordable red tie, because ties are so fucking expensive for no reason. But yeah, this one was lovely. I think it was like $20. We went to the Bay, and it's like my one suit jacket. And I was like, I could do a Yuri, like, men's edition cosplay situation. I'm really, really, really proud of how it turned out. Like, we went and shot it, in a park. Could have gotten cheap on Amazon, but shipping times and unknown quality, yeah. Whereas, like, that tie looks like it's fairly good quality tie. And we needed it within a couple days because, like, I ended up having to do the shoot earlier than I originally intended because some, like, other stuff got moved around. That's just how my life be, is I'm constantly, like, shifting my schedule around. But yeah, like, there's, like, one of Yuri's poems is about being under, like, a flickering streetlight or whatever. So I really like shooting. I've done this with Yuri before, where I've shot her at, like, Casa Loma underneath the lights there, and it looked really gorgeous to have, like, the castle in the background and then, like a street light in the park next to the castle, and then just, like, Yuri there, and, like, I really love doing that. But I want to do a boy version because I haven't cosplayed Yuri since I had top surgery, and she's, like, canonically known for having big boobs. And look, like, I'm not one to say that you have to share, like, the body type of the character you're cosplaying. You absolutely don't. No, not everybody who cosplays Yuri is gonna have actual large boobs. Even originally, it's not like I had the biggest chest in the world. I just wore, like, 2 padded push-up bras. But, like, you know, I figured a mask version would be sort of fun. So that's what we did after the movie. We came home and switched around. Also, that wig is an absolute fucking nightmare to work with. It was, like, annoying enough to just do for femme Yuri, because the wig is like 1 meter long. It comes down to, like, here on me. And when we were posing with it, I had to keep, like, fiddling with it so I wouldn't sit on it. But yeah, it was a bit of a hassle, like, even when it was femme, but to try and, like, pin it back into, like, I was trying to make it look more masculine while it was still, like, super long, because there's some fan art of, like, a gender swapped Yuri, and some of them have, like, short hair, but a lot of them still have long hair. It's just, like, pinned back. But, like, obviously with, like, a wig I want to be able to use multi-purpose, it's really difficult to, like, there's no way I would have been able to effectively get that into, like, a high ponytail or, like, anything like that. And tying it too far back was making my head look like a Q-tip. Because you gotta keep in mind, like, if I do this with my hair, I look fine, right? But all of my hair's under there, so my head's, like, weirdly big when you're wearing wigs. So, like, yeah, it's just, like, extra difficult to try and, like, pin hair that long without it getting tangled, which it inevitably does. And then Steph has to help me comb it out, because every time I move, I make it worse because it's just catching on my wool blazer. Also, let me just say, I'm glad we did this at night. I was so hot in that outfit because I'm wearing a cotton shirt, but it's a long sleeve, thicker cotton shirt. And then I'm wearing like a cotton poly blend sweater vest. And then I'm wearing a wool jacket and wool pants and a heavy wig. Also, it was like pinned into my hair, so it was like pulling my skin. It was a difficult shoot to be doing. I don't think I'd be able to do this in the summer again. Certainly not during the day. At night it was very barely tolerable, but by the end of it I was like, I need this jacket off so badly. It was so intense. But like you can't argue with the results, right? Like, I look good. And I arguably this looks better. Like, that sweater vest looks better with pants than it does with a skirt anyway. Especially because I refuse to button up jackets. I just won't, because I hate how like stuffy and restricted it feels. Yeah, but it's really funny because like the tie I bought from the Bay, the shirt and the pants and the jacket are from Uniqlo, the shoes are vintage, the sweater vest is from Amazon. Like, all of that's really high quality clothing while also being very affordable. And it's better quality but also cheaper than if I had tried to buy like a pre-made cosplay. And a lot better quality because like cosplay jackets look awful. But really fucking happy with that. One of the happiest I've been with cosplays in a while. Oh yeah, and then on our way out, I scared the shit out of some guys in the park. There was like one dude who like biked by and he like was genuine, cause like I think by that point I had like a knife in my hand, really a letter opener. He was really freaked out, and I was like on a park bench, like lying like this, like upside down. So like imagine like someone in like a suit in the middle of the dark, just like this with a knife. As you're just like going through a park and you're like, what the fuck is happening? He was very freaked out as he biked by, and then he biked by the other way. He was like, hey, by the way, the moon looks really nice. I don't know if you guys are that kind of photographers, and like the problem is our camera, we didn't have our zoom lens, we just had the like prime lens, which it doesn't zoom, and it has a really shallow depth of field, which is really great for portrait shots, not great for astrophotography because you can't adjust for anything. So I took a bunch of photos on my phone. This is one I took in the park. And that's just with my phone, default settings. And then I switched to like pro mode and like got that, which to be honest, blurry as shit. That's incredible for a phone. And keep in mind, my phone's not like a super current phone. I have like a Samsung Galaxy G23, I think. It's not like the most recent one. But like, it's pretty good. I don't think I've ever gotten a shot of the moon on my phone that good before. And for anyone watching that wants to take photos of the moon with their phone, the trick was actually making the shutter speed really fast. So it wasn't doing like a long exposure. You'd think you'd have to do a long exposure, and that's probably true for like stars, so you can let as much light in as possible. But for the moon's so fucking bright that it's actually better to like I lowered the ISO as well. So I just like pulled everything back so that the moon wasn't like, because you can see in like this one, it's just really bright and glowing. This one, it's like, it's not glowing as much, so you can see like the details. So you gotta like pull that shutter speed way, way back. Well, I guess you make it really fast, so it's like instantaneous. I found that worked really, really, really well. And then manual focus. Thank you, Andrew, for the doot. Thank you for the trumpet. But yeah, I found it was a lot easier in pro mode, and like once I realized that what way I had to pull the sliders, it was a lot easier. But yeah, I feel so bad for scaring the shit out of that guy, because I scared him real bad, like real bad. Oh, ad time. Ad time means I can eat food. I saw it and I had a hard think, fuck does this do? Yeah. Once you push it, it was very self-explanatory. But yeah, my audio alerts sometimes are like, what is this? I occasionally get like a cursed idea and I just add a new audio alert. Not that I ever expect it, but I have a bunch of like stupid bit alerts that I've made just because it literally wasn't out of any expectation for anyone to actually do it. But at first it was just going through Stream Elements, and they have like default bit alerts for like certain tiers. I think it's like 1, 10, 50, 100, 500, something like that. And I was like, oh, well, my little fucking autistic brain needs all of those filled with something that's not just default boring shit. And then once I did that, I was like, well, I gotta have a 69. And I gotta have a 420. And then I sat there editing fucking... And I did the same thing for like gift subs and stuff, and like, those are never gonna go off. They better not ever fucking go off. We don't ever need any of those alerts to go off. But I made them, and I spent like, I think in a whole like 2 weeks just fucking around making like weird bit alerts and like sub alerts. All of the sub and gift sub alerts are all Portal themed. And the bit sub ones, most of them are like either like cat or spooky or both, or sometimes it's just, I'm like, this sounds stupid, so I'm just gonna put this here. You better not. You better not. Especially because, okay, so part of the issue too is because I'm not used to them going off, because they don't, which is fine. I mostly made them because I was bored and it was an excuse to edit random shit. But like even my follow alert jump scares me, where I'm like, it's not as bad because that's like a really gentle like ocarina noise, so it's okay. But like pretty much any of my alerts going off startles me at this point. None are as bad as like the deep fried Korok though.
Meow, bitch!
Meow yourself, bitch. Fucking God. See what I mean? I'm not used to them going off. Those ones are at least free, so you just, that's fine. Thank you for the meow applier. But you see what I mean? They're all like, I just was like, this sounds stupid as shit. Literally talking about them and still jumped. Well, I was talking about them. I didn't expect you to like jerk. But, and even if I was expecting it, maybe I was expecting the ghost one or something. I don't know what fucking one you're gonna play and when. And it's also like, Jesus. Okay, the meow after the deep fried Korok is great. Jesus Christ. I'm good. The timing, I know the timing on that was really fucking funny. Now you'll probably all be wondering, why is it 1,900 channel points to redeem deep fried Korok? That's kind of arbitrary and weird. Well, it has to be a high number because Lord knows I don't want y'all spamming that at me all the time. It needs to be rare so that it still startles me. But secondly, there's 190 Korok seeds between the two games. I think there's 101 and 90 in the other. So, me looking at my 12k points. Look, Steffi. There's also a cooldown. There are some of you that have an absurd amount of points. Pint being one of them. Pint's here all the time. Yeah, Andrew. I mean, some of that's because I've sort of been streaming for years. And Steph's like, obviously my partner, so has been watching me the whole time. Is there a do no redeem? Don't redeem. No redeem. But yeah, I think I first started streaming, God, when it was at her last apartment, like 2017, 2018, something like that. And I streamed like Portal. I was like streaming in cosplay and stuff, which looking back on that is ridiculous. Like the amount of energy it takes to fucking get in cosplay and set up a stream and then have energy to stream while you're in cosplay is absurd. Like I cosplayed Portal 1 and 2 to completion. Do not redeem. Oh yes. Yes. But yeah, I played Portal 1 and 2 completely in Shell cosplay, which was an entire goddamn choice. I believe I did the same. I did Doki Doki Literature Club from start to finish in my Yuri cosplay, but that was after I moved here. So yeah, I streamed like 2017 or something. I can't remember. And like, but like back then I was very sick. And we were in like a really shitty basement and it was just like frustrating me. And I was like, I was just struggling. I didn't have enough energy to do stuff while my stomach wasn't working. So like I kind of gave up. And then we moved here and I tried to stream out of Steph's office. But like, I think I went about it like I was trying too much too fast. So I was trying to stream games, which is really difficult for me. And that was like in 2020. I was streaming games and I was streaming like too early in the day. Like I was trying to like start my day doing that. And I'm like, I'm too tired. And then I was like trying to like edit thumbnails for YouTube. And I'm like, why am I putting in, this is too much. But I did hit, oh no, I didn't even hit affiliate. I think, yeah, I just streamed a couple times. I played like Doom and started Talos Principle and did a couple other games. And then stopped. And then I think in like 2022, I started streaming again. That was mostly in my bedroom. And then I stopped doing that because I got anemic and really sick. Again. And also it was just too difficult to have to like clean my entire bedroom every single time I went to stream because like my room's not awful, but there are like, I have my luggage from YetiCon with shit piled on it because I haven't unpacked yet because as soon as I got back from YetiCon, I had a bunch of really busy work weeks and a bunch of other photo shoots and a bunch of other shit to do. So like, I literally have not had time to put all my shit away. And like, I have a box of clothes that I'm like donating and selling. So it's like, it's just too much to have to go through all the time. And again, I was also trying to stream every single week. And then like, I was streaming, I think Mondays, and then my work schedule started doing some Mondays. And then because I wasn't doing it every week, I just fall out of the habit of doing it. So now that I'm doing alternating Tuesdays and Fridays, or I'll do one of the two, kind of. My plan is to do alternating, but of course, like, I can't control if I have, like, like tonight I have stuff to do and I have work Friday morning, so that's why I'm doing like Tuesday afternoon. But basically being like, I'm either gonna do sometime on Tuesday or sometime on Friday every single week and not missing a week unless I'm like actually sick and can't. And focusing more on like just chatting streams because I only have so much energy has been really helpful to be able to actually, you know, like consistently do it. Because I do like streaming, it's just like this setup is kind of hard. Having Steph help me for this setup is like really helpful. Because this we just like, you know, basically just set up the camera. And it's easier because I just leave all the streaming stuff in here now. And it helps having the fucking TV as an extra monitor because streaming on a laptop is extremely difficult. I have been thinking actually that I might start streaming games again, not regularly. This would be like a once in a while thing based on my energy. But like maybe once in a while playing like puzzle games or horror games. Especially because like this, like the setup I have now, I could actually play the game on the TV and then still be able to see chat and stuff on my laptop, and like I don't have to deal with like streaming on a laptop is extremely hard. All right, like I cannot express enough how difficult it is to stream on a screen that's like this big. Imagine streamers who have a fixed setup instead of starting from scratch every time. What wusses? Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd love to have that. It's just, we don't have enough space for me to have like a dedicated room for streaming in. And I know like some people that are dedicated streamers, they use like their bedrooms, but like, they're like full time. And like that's their only job. If this was my only job, I absolutely could keep my room that clean all of the time. We have space, but just not a whole second camera and mic. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like this is also the camera that I shoot all of my photo sets on. And like when Steph uses this camera for filming stuff for other websites, that we use that mic, right? So like that's part of the reason I have such a nice camera as someone who's not a professional streamer, is because I already have it for my other job. Like most new folks can't afford like a $2,000 camera, and like you honestly don't need it. You just need like an okay mic. The audio quality is more important than camera quality. The only reason I have really good camera quality is because of I work as a model. And even then you can see like the fucking Moira effect on my like this looks ridiculous. I don't know if it's showing up like that on stream, but in my preview there's like weird lines everywhere, which is part of why I'm leaning over so much. And I mean, even if we did have a second camera, like I don't know where I would set something up that would be like permanent, other than like, again, my bedroom. But I would have to be a lot better, like my bedroom would become a workspace rather than like the space I relax in. And like I do work in there, but it doesn't have to be camera ready at a moment's notice. But yeah, no, I've been thinking about doing like horror games and puzzle games because those are the kind of games I most like playing, that I think I could handle doing on stream without it being frustrating to watch because I'm not the best. But yeah, that's kind of where my brain's been going. So to have like a mix of that every once in a while, and like also maybe something in the dining room if cleaned up more. We have to like clean up a lot to make the dining room like a permanent stream space. Like we could, but we'd have to like do something with that extra like aquarium and move all of the like random cosplay craft, because right now it's just like a craft space for cosplay and Warhammer miniatures. So it's a mess. But I do think there is a world where we could like clean stuff up and I could stream out of the dining room and have that be like a more permanent setup. But even then, It would just be difficult. And like we shoot photos and stuff in this room. Your shelf is good, an aquarium, just have a cloth under to hide the shame. That's, I think, a little bit too much shame for a cloth. Like, I have my entire, like, toga cosplay, like, all of the, like, 3D printed, like, the canisters on her back, her big, like, neck piece that's, like, fucking huge, and, like, her thigh holsters, and then I've got all of the stuff for Shigaraki. I've got, we really just should go through all the cosplay stuff at some point and get rid of the shit that we don't actually need, and then like get some sort of like storage unit to go under the aquarium that's actually fucking organized. I mean, I think we still have the stuff that you borrowed from me for Halloween just sitting there. We have our Christmas tree up still. We'd have a bit more room if a giant foam cube had a better place to go. I mean, look, the foam cube is not the major issue here. It is sitting on top of other random shit. And also, I wouldn't mind that being in the background, quite honestly. We could mount that on the wall or something. The foam cube being from my, Generation Lost cosplay, which I should shoot again at some point. But, because it took an awful lot of work to make a giant saw trap for my own head, but... You know how it be. Any shelf or cube wouldn't need to hold much weight, yeah. Or like... I mean... If that aquarium wasn't there, we literally could just... I mean, we can probably do it anyway, but we could just hang like a bunch of my cosplay stuff on the wall. Is like have like a shelf for the cube and my like Midna headpiece and my like Generation Lost masks and my gun for Courier, my like super crown. Wouldn't even need a shelf, just those L brackets. Yeah. But like, if it was an actual stream setup, we'd like put up a shelf because I could put a bunch of shit there. But that's the thing is like I'm looking over there and we just have like piles of craft shit that like is not remotely organized. Hell, if there was a shelf, we could just put the wigs up there too. I also need to go through my costume stuff and get rid of stuff that like I'm not using, because I have like some old stuff that's falling apart. But yeah, that said, like this setup, at least I can be consistent. That's kind of the thing that matters the most, is that I have a place where it's not too difficult to have a consistent schedule, or as consistent as my weird life will allow me to have. I should add a basic ass drill to the wish list so I can put up shelves and stuff easier. Yeah. Or like, we should just set up like a week where you just like deep clean the house. Because like we have stuff even just in this room that's like off camera that's just kind of like a piled mess that do not need to be where they are. But that's fine. On screen looks great. And because we do a bunch of photo shoots on this wall, this section of the house is always clean. Like this wall right here where the couch is always tidy. Unless we've done laundry and we're hanging stuff off of the screen to dry because our dryer sucks ass, but you know. Yeah. But it's, yeah. I've just been happy to have streaming be more consistent and like figure out what I actually want to stream rather than just streaming whatever video game, because that's also like, it's really expensive to stream games because you have to buy the games, and like I don't exactly have a lot of disposable income, to be quite honest. All of my disposable income becomes ink on my skin. Oh, I will also say, as far as body mod stuff goes, is I was looking up potentially getting vampire fangs, so keep your eyes out for that. I do have to email that place back at some point, but no more Flash means no more Flash trash games to play. Yeah. I had to parse what you were saying for a second, because Flash is also like a tattoo term, and I don't have any Flash. I'm like, what? I don't. I'm very confused. All of my tattoos are custom. Every single one of them. He was talking about free games. I was, but I was also talking about body mods right after that. What you're saying is my bad, but yeah. Thank you for the dude, Andrew. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have some water. I'm going to hydrate. I mean, that is the thing. You can't get over that. Thank you for the okay, Steph. I will hydrate additionally. Yeah, I do really like the audio notifications. They're fun. Does that have noise? No. The redeems are color coded, so all of the audio alerts should have the same color. And then there's a bunch that are like self-care, like default ones from Twitch. Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Yes, correct. But yeah, yeah. I'm looking into vampire fangs. I will say about freer games that, at least with indie horror games, they do tend to be cheaper. Which is helpful. And there's a lot of stuff on like itch.io that aren't too bad as far as price goes. But yeah, like gaming's never gonna be like a super constant thing, just because like I even figured out just from playing Stray on stream that like my hands just can't handle that, and I have to save my finger strength for like photo editing, really. And like my day job. But yeah, at least there's that. Let me see. I wanted to show y'all some stuff. I can probably close the random ass tabs of myself, at least for now. I want to show you a goat. When you're saying you need to find a cheap free game that's turn-based. I hate turn-based games though, they're boring. What's the thing I want to show you? Let's show you a cute goat. I want to show you a cute goat. I'm going to show you a cute goat. It's goat time. 1 second. It's a goat.
Gatorade has a lot of electrolytes. This is a trick that I learned when I was a kid, when you're transporting livestock and horses and stuff, to get them to drink more. When it gets hotter out, I'll give Beetle Gatorade occasionally as a snack or as a treat, because it helps her drink a bunch of water and she gets electrolytes, which is good, and she loves it. Look, she sees it. She knows.
What a cutie!
Beetle, you
What a goat!
Okay, come here.
Goat. I love goats.
She loves the Gatorade. It's empty. It's empty.
She loves the Gatorade and I love her. She's so
Sorry.
cute.
That's all. Time to go back inside. Uh-oh. She knows it's empty. Come here! Beetle! Come on! Beetle,
So many goats!
please.
Goats! So you're saying Inscription is boring. I'm saying it would be boring for me to play. It's really not my vibe as far as games go. I struggle with turn-based games. It was fun to watch Salt play it. Let's just say I used to play chess competitively as a child, and like I now no longer like turn-based games. I have some complication with goats. Oh, like how so? I will say their eyes do bother people, and they do headbutt people a lot. I'm gonna show you more cute things. Cute. Look at this art. This art. Fucking shiny umber on a forest. This is my favorite thing that's ever existed. Just not sure what game isn't turn-based but also wouldn't hurt your fingers. That's the problem. Hey, Leafeon! Hey, Porion! It's so pretty! So this is the artist. This is so pretty. I'm gonna like this tweet. I'm gonna retweet this tweet. This is a reposted tweet now. Because look at this. Look at this. What a series of good puppers. Yes. I live in a rural area with some farmers and I get in my yard quite often. That's fair. I mean, I definitely know people who like mainly dislike pigeons because of their experience with pigeons on their balconies in the city. Look how cute! Okay. Let me see. What other things do I have to show y'all? Oh, I have this shit that's been stuck in my head all morning.
Not for whom the Vengabus is coming. It is coming for thee.
That's my favorite thing of all time.
Ask
so
not
good.
for whom the Vengabus is coming. It is coming
It's just the Vangabus
for
is
thee.
in fact coming. Also, Vangabus mixed with I can't remember what classical song this is. Is just so fucking good. It shouldn't. It's Night on Bald Mountain. That shouldn't work, but it kind of does. Kind of. Like, only kind of. Okay, so you know how I was talking about, the X-Men and Deadpool and Wolverine, and that the Christians are mad? I think I said people are mad. Christians are mad. Christians are people still, technically. Was stuff like Talos Principle good because you could pause while solving the puzzles? Yeah, I find puzzle games good because it's also like, I can play with a controller, it's just button mashing that's like, or any like quick reaction stuff. That's like, where I have to, like, because I could play like, theoretically like a round or two of Overwatch, but like, I couldn't like just play Overwatch for 4 hours. Also depends on the character in Overwatch, but like, you know, it really depends. But yeah, anything that's like button masher where I have to hold the trigger down for an extended period of time is really difficult. With the finger braces is easier, but like, yeah. But yes, so I was talking about Deadpool and Wolverine. The Christians are mad. Why are the Christians mad? Because apparently The movie has blasphemy in it. Steph and I have seen the movie. When someone told me about this, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean blasphemy? What do you mean? You should play Antichamber? I really should. I think it's on my Steam wish list. I have a bunch of really fun puzzle games on my Steam wish list. So, this isn't like really super spoilery, but I will let you know in chat when I'm done talking about Deadpool and Wolverine. Let me play and then gonna talk about Deadpool will say in chat when done if you don't wanna hear non-plot. Okay, so I did that because we're also in ads, and I don't want people to miss the spoiler warning because they're in ads. However, we have like 37 seconds left. I want to at least wait and like give an audio warning also. But yeah, so like it's so weird to me to be that offended by Deadpool and Wolverine. Like, did you not see the other two movies to know what this movie is going to be? Like, why would you go to Deadpool if you're that easily offended? It's not for you. It baffles my mind. But like, yeah, someone told me, okay, ads are done. Someone told me that, that there was blasphemy in Deadpool. And this isn't like a plot spoiler or anything. These are just two throwaway references. One's just a sentence. It's not even a reference to anything. Deadpool keeps... I think this is also in the trailer. Deadpool calls himself Marvel Jesus. And apparently that's offensive blasphemy. And like, A, no it's not. And B, if it is, suck it up. Blasphemy is free speech. Suck it. Like... I don't know what to tell you. And the other one was because apparently, of like a brief scene of, Wolverine crucified, but it's like, it's a reference to a cover, an X-Men cover. Is this. They show this, with skulls and stuff. They show this for like, I shit you not, like 2 minutes max. Like, maybe 90 seconds. It's not for very long. And they're all butthurt about it. Oh, it's blasphemy, you're offending Christians. It's like, well, if you're that easily offended, you deserve to be offended. Fucking get over yourselves. You don't have a right to be not offended. I'm offended by your being offended. Whose offense matters more? Like, I find the very concept of needing to ask for forgiveness from your creator because you upset him by being the person he made you to be offensive. But you don't see me out here demanding that Christians don't exist. Oh, but that's so sick of a cover. It really is. Sent you a thing on Discord if you want to have a visual up for spoilers. Let me check. Yeah, I guess that works. Just so that people can see it. That's really funny. Yeah, we're talking Deadpool spoilers. But yeah, so like, it's a really cool cover, and I don't understand why you'd have an issue with it. It's like such a nothing burger. But like, let's put it this way, okay? Everyone's belief is blasphemy to someone else. Like, I hate to tell you, but the entirety of Protestant Christianity is blasphemous to Catholicism. And all of Christianity, including Catholicism, is blasphemous to Judaism. Fucking cope with it. You're all heretical to something that came before you. Fucking cope. It's fine. So, like, if you're gonna fucking get butthurt because Wolverine is being tortured on it's a St. Andrew's cross. It's not even like a T-shaped one, it's an X one for X-Men. You're gonna get so offended that other people riff off of a torture device that, like, Jesus wasn't even the only one. Bruh, I've been on a St. Andrew's cross before. You don't see me getting butthurt about it. But, like, I just don't understand getting that, like, up your own ass because people said something you don't like. That's not it's not like fueling a stereotype about Christians. It's people who grew up in a Christian society riffing on Christianity, their own culture. And, like, you have every right on earth to be offensive to the culture that you were raised in. And people will always say, like, oh, well, why don't people mock Islam like that? And it's like, well, because I wasn't raised in a Muslim society. People who are raised in Muslim societies and are ex-Muslims absolutely do. Like, Salman Rushdie existed. I think he still does. He still exists. But Salman Rushdie wrote a whole thing. He very famously criticized Islam as a former Muslim. Hell, he might even still be a Muslim. I don't fucking know. It was like the Satanic Doctrines or whatever that he wrote. There's a yellow jacket out the window and I'm concerned. Okay, it flew away. Like, I was raised in a Christian society that, like, pretends like it wants to be secular sometimes, but it's a Christian culture, right? And so that's my culture as much as anyone else's. I might not be Christian religiously, and I'm trying to deconstruct my Christian culture, but, like, that's what I was raised in. You can't push your culture on everyone through colonization and then get mad when people fucking make art about their own lives and their symbolic heritage. That's you can't get mad about that. So like, and I can speak on this pretty clearly too, because, like, Ryan Reynolds is Canadian. He grew up in the exact same culture I did. He grew up in Vancouver, so, like, slightly more progressive than the town I grew up in, but like Canada has, unlike the United States, has religious privilege written into our charter. Catholic schools are publicly funded, and that's like a specific carve-out that Catholics get that no other religion in the country gets. Our country is literally a Christian country in a lot of ways. We actually don't, like, we have freedom of creed and freedom of religion and stuff, but the way that our government is set up is, like, Christians do actually have privileges that everyone else doesn't have by virtue of how our country was made. Like, the French influence and stuff is, like, a big part of that. So, like, I'm sorry. When there's Catholic schools in every fucking town, we get to criticize Christianity. Fucking cope and seethe about it. I have to listen to, like, the most mediocre comedians in the world making offensive jokes about my fucking gender when they're not trans and don't know anybody who's trans and they're just being offensive to be mean. And I have to deal with that. Like, you can handle a fucking sick-ass fucking cover being referenced in a movie or someone referencing Jesus. Like, this is also the same Deadpool that makes pegging jokes every 5 minutes and cocaine jokes the other 5 minutes. Like, bruh. Oh, media request. Let me, before I show that on stream, I just want to, I trust you, but also, Oh, fucking stop opening in the wrong window. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Yeah, I'm gonna cover the Olympics soon too, because it's a related topic to this. Because the Olympics too is doing a whole fucking thing right now. Internet is going gaga for her. Yeah. I'll get to her in a second. But yeah, it's just like, this is gonna be the last thing I say, and then I will take the spoiler warning down. But like, Deadpool is. Oh no, it's no worries. Deadpool and Wolverine is a extremely raunchy movie. It is not meant for children. It's not meant for those that are like easily offended. I mean, Deadpool makes jokes about all sorts of things. He's not like, I don't know, I don't find any of his jokes particularly offensive to me, but like his taste kind of overlaps with mine, I guess. But like, come the fuck on. If you don't like a movie, that's fine. You want to have, and like, if they're gonna be like, complain that it feels blasphemous to them, that's fine. My issue is that they try and like, my issue with Christians is when they try and like spread conspiracy theories and shit, rather than just going like, oh, like this movie, I didn't like the movie because it made some jokes about Jesus that I don't like. If that was as far as it went, I'd be like, okay, you're free to have your opinion. But it's like every single time, they can't just leave it as like, I don't like this thing because of my personal thing. It's, I don't like this thing because of this thing, so you shouldn't ever make these jokes, and you should always appeal to my feelings. That like I don't like the jokes Dave Chappelle makes about trans people. So I don't watch Dave Chappelle. I don't think he shouldn't be able to talk. I'm over all this. Oh, we make fun of everyone. So what's your central point? Nothing? I just can't. I like spandex as much as the next guy, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend they actually have a good central point. I'm not sure what you mean. Like the Deadpool making fun of everyone, or like, or the like offended Christians. I'm just trying to like clarify so I know what you're talking about. Either is fine. Also, welcome on in, Scamma. Making fun of everyone is not a comedic stance, i.e. South Park. Yeah, I mean, with South Park, what South Park actually makes fun of is people who care about something. So they make fun of everybody. It's more so that they don't make fun of everybody. They make fun of people who have values that they care about in any sort of sincere way, in any direction. They're making fun of sincerity, which, I mean, it's, so having values is bad according to them. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you're taking something too seriously. Yeah, I find that really annoying. I will say Deadpool does not do that. Deadpool's jokes, like, again, I don't want to get into like massive spoilers. I'm just like sort of talking like the controversy that might come up on your feeds. But like, the jokes that Deadpool makes are like raunchy jokes. Like, Deadpool never makes fun of like marginalized people, really. Maybe some like oblique stuff, but it's just like things that the character would make fun of. And like, there's sex jokes, and there's drug jokes, and there's like stuff that's specifically in there to like poke fun at the MCU and at Fox and at Canada. because that's what Canadians do. Like, that's fine. But, like, I do get what you mean when it's like, what is your... Because comedy, the point of comedy is to say something. It's using laughing. It's like tension and catharsis, and the catharsis is laughing. But, like, you're communicating a certain kind of value with what you're making jokes about. And, like, I've never bought the it's just a joke defense, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That, like, you're saying something. It's just easy, but I'm gay and so appreciative of people that have something to say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Deadpool gets kind of, like, spicy, but I wouldn't say anything felt like it was punching down, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There was, like, edgy stuff, but nothing that felt like it was dehumanizing anybody. But, like, for me, comedy is meant to communicate something, and it's just a joke isn't a defense. Comedy's only funny, like, you only laugh at things you kind of agree with, or that makes a point that, like, clicks in your head. Like, bullying someone is still bullying someone, even if it's just a joke. I mean, the simple effect of placing me aside while it's in the meaning of cis humor just obsessed me. That's totally fair. I will say, like, jokes that are transphobic, whether they're jokes or not. Like I identify as an attack helicopter minimizes the... Like, the entire point of that is to compare that to trans identity in order to minimize the validity of transgender identity. Like, it's still transphobic. I don't care if you're just joking. But, like, man, there are definitely times I've had jokes that are about trans stuff that's fucking hilarious. Where it's like, I think I've shown someone on stream before where it's like, you know, cis or trans person, like, making fun of, like actual stuff that happens. Like, I think there was one I saw where it was like, oh, every girl I date, like, transitions. It's just better to not joke unless we are directly involved. I disagree. I mean, the jokes tend to be better if you have enough lived experience to know what the implications of what you're talking about are. But, like, I've heard some of the worst transphobic bullshit I've ever heard of has come from other trans people. And some of the most supportive stuff I've heard is from cis people. And, like, the part of the issue is also, like, you never know if that's actually a cis person or someone who's closeted. I would say it's better to not make a joke unless, without thinking about whether it punches down and dehumanizes a group, or whether it treats them as equal human beings. I think for me, that's kind of where my line is like, you can make a joke about anything as long as you're considering. Yeah. That's awesome. I'm glad you're top shipped. But yeah, for me, a lot of it's just like, I don't know. I think some of the funniest jokes I've seen have come from people who turned out to be eggs too. Like, it's hard to know if someone's, like, actually cis or they're, like, non-binary and haven't come out yet. Cause, like, I mean, not that Salt was doing anything publicly, but Salt was, at least privately making really funny trans jokes with me, who's trans, and we're partners, and it's fine, and they obviously see me as who I am, but, like, didn't feel comfortable making that sort of humor publicly before they came out because they were worried about people reacting, like, negatively. But, like, I mean, we've known, like, Salt and I have known that they're non-binary for years now. I also like black and white gay shit. Like, I have a very monochrome aesthetic. I'm very much not a rainbow person. But yeah, like I don't, at this point in my life, I would rather let people make really shitty offensive jokes than be, when it comes to like censorship, I lean more towards letting people be shitty and offensive and then just taking my attention and time elsewhere because I get to decide what I'm spending time on and what I'm not, than like being overly censor based, because minorities will get censored more than the majority. Like, that comes around and bites us in the ass all of the time. And I'm gonna be done with the Deadpool spoilers. I'm gonna put it in chat. Done with spoilers. And stuff. Okay. Because this kind of links into the stuff I wanted to cover with the Olympics. Mainly the Olympic opening, right? So I'm gonna start talking about, like, showing what the opening like looked like. At least some of the stuff I wanted to show. So we're gonna start with the bit that Gojira did. Now I'm probably not gonna show all of this because I'll probably get the VOD muted if I show too much of this. But this was Gojira played in the opening of the Olympics this year, which is awesome. Fucking love metal getting some representation. Silly. That's a silly thing to get upset about. So here's context. For Americans who don't know French history, which would be pretty much every American, honestly, this is the Conciergerie, the actual prison in where Marie Antoinette was held before she was guillotined in 1793. The song, Ça ira, is a French revolutionary anthem. Les Mis is about a whole different revolution, the 1832 Paris Uprising. So this is actually the fucking castle that Marie Antoinette was in right before she got beheaded. This is the French culture. So like, yeah, people were getting fucking mad about this because they saw the metal stuff and got super upset. But yeah, like, but like, to like give you proof that people are actually upset about this, like, probably sat at home watching the French Olympics thinking, what the fuck is this? Another conspiracy playing out in front of you. The world is run by satanic globalists, that's anti-Semitic, who control everything, anti-Semitic. These people do very strange, sick things and openly worship Satan or a brand of, they love showing this fact off, they're not even hiding it. This is not satanic. I mean, it kind of is. Like, as far as, like, it's about, like, a cult worshipping a figure of evil, no, it has nothing to do with that. Does it have to do with actual modern Satanism? Probably not intentionally, but I will say that, like, bit of history, the satanic literary movement of the 1800s definitely influenced was influenced by both this and the other French Revolution, the Paris Uprising, and used Satan as a literary figure of rebellion. So they're directly related, but that's not what these people mean. They mean like, oh, it's actual horns and a tail, like evil spirit controlling the world, like they believe Satan's real, sort of Satanism. That's not what this is. This is just normal democratic rebellion stuff and referencing of pretty typical French history. The French are well known for protests and rebellion. So I think what they're the most known for is that sort of stuff. And that's what the Marie Antoinette reference is like the history of France as rebellious and full of protests. And like, yes, is it related to Satanism in so far as like, not even religious Satanism, I wouldn't even go that far. Like even religious non-theistic Satanism, I wouldn't even go that far. But like the satanic literary movement during the Romantic period, sure. It's satanic in so much as it's related to like Lord Byron and William Blake and Percy Shelley, which is to say, not at all the way that these people imply that it is. The West are engaged in Satanism. That's a conspiracy. Why would anyone think that? Well, because that has nothing to do with religious Satanism. It has nothing to do with it. Like, Satanists control the West. No, we don't. I promise you we don't. Every Olympic game has a cult-like introduction. It doesn't... This is not a cult at all. Like genuinely, there's nothing occult about that. There's no occultism. That is just straight up French history. Marie Antoinette was beheaded. That's just a fact. That happened. That was a thing that occurred. She was guillotined during a revolution in France. That's history. And like, it's not at all connected to religious Satanism, and religious Satanists are not in control of fucking anything. I promise you. We can barely keep Zoom meetings running. We're not controlling shit. And the idea that there is some shady group controlling everything, like, okay, yeah, billionaires are. Those with all of the money and power and influence in a system that's based on money as influence and power, yeah, people with power control the power. No shit. But, like, a lot of that conspiracy shit turns on being like, oh, Jews controlled everything. They fucking don't. They do not. If they did, oh my god, there wouldn't be so much anti-Semitism. So there's that bit. And then there's people who are mad about the other part of the opening ceremony, which is, I think, probably what Steph was going to talk about, which is this bit, right? The anti-Christian depiction of the Last Supper. It's not. It's a Dutch painting of the Olympic gods. That's Dionysus. That's Apollo. That's not Jesus. That's Apollo. And it's not the Last Supper, because what would this be in the Last Supper? So there's a Dutch thread that this is translating. So I just want to go through this just because the art history is really interesting. This is a tableau vivant depicting the Feast of the Gods from 1635. That's a satyr. I mean, that's Poseidon right there. That looks like Ares, the wings. The heathen gods have gathered on Mount Olympus for a feast. Sun god Apollo is recognized by his halo, Bacchus by the grapes, Neptune or Poseidon by his trident, Diana and Artemis by the moon, Venus with Cupid. The opening shot of that bit did look a little like the Last Supper, but with more context, and that end shot makes more sense. Yeah, because like it starts and pans out, but also like that isn't even a table. That's a runway. They had like a fashion thing that goes down the runway. You can see Minerva, goddess of wisdom, and Mars, the god of war, which is also Ares. Sorry for the titties. There are titties. Deal with it. There's some resemblance. Yes, I know. If ad watchers, I'm sorry. There's some resemblance with the Last Supper by Da Vinci. The artist was inspired by it to depict a heathen feast. So, like, this is the Last Supper right here. That does not look like that. Without this on the table, maybe, but even then, their positioning is not the same. Like, the positioning is what makes this painting famous. And this painting is not even the only, like, long table painting. That was a very common way of depicting tables. So you could see shit in paintings. Like, that's just what, like, that was normal. This is just, like, the most famous of them, but it's not the only one. But yeah, this is just some, like, art history, but it's not an insult to Christians. But it's about the Olympic gods. So, it has nothing to do with the Last Supper at all. Completely unrelated. Boo. Hi, Vampy. How are you doing? Glad the ad break is over. But yeah, just what I was covering, for those who were in ads, is, this is the Last Supper. That is not the Last Supper. Alright? And, like, this painting inspired this painting. Sorry for the titties again. But, like, it's not the Last Supper. Also, there are so many in like comments and stuff where people have brought up that there's a bunch of versions of the like comedy versions of the Last Supper. I've seen like versions of the Last Supper on The Sopranos, on The Simpsons, on fucking every fucking show I've ever seen. There's like a version of the Last Supper as a joke because it's one of the most famous paintings ever. You're sending the picture that had you confused. Let me show everybody. But like, yes, that looks a little bit more than the Last Supper, but this person is facing Jesus, right? And is not leaning away the way that would be in the actual painting of the Last Supper, right? This positioning, this right here, is important to what this painting looks like. And in all of the comedy, like, riffs of this, like, let me see if I can... Let me see if I can pull up an image of... Oh my god, OpenAI, stop it. But this is from... Last Supper spoof, you should get a bunch. Yeah, I don't have safe search on. But... this is a spoof of the Last Supper. So you see how it's everyone's like along the table, and this V right here is what makes it like super recognizable. Or I'm trying to think of there's like a I'm just going to open up a couple of them so you can get kind of like a sense of these. Because these are super, super common. Like, I cannot begin to describe to you how common Last Supper spoofs are. Like, they're one of the most common. It has a TV tropes article, guys. Like the V. Like, this is so common. Look at how common this is. This is so fucking common. It's got its own TV tropes page. Look at all of this on TV. in music, radio, stand-up comedy, tabletop games, theater, video games. It happens all the time. Like, it's such a common thing. And it's this specific angle. This specific thing. Alright? So, like, fucking chill out. It's such a common depiction, first of all. So don't get fucking butthurt about it. When this happens, all of the time, this is one of the most commonly spoofed paintings ever made. Alright? So, like, chill. Secondly, there's a video that someone did a really good breakdown about the whole thing that I really liked. So we're just gonna watch someone else talk about it, because this person is correct.
Did the Olympics just create a parody of Jesus' Last Supper with drag queens?
All right, let's see it.
Well, that is the question being asked after last night's Olympic ceremony took place.
And you already answered your own question by showing that clip with that blue figure in front of the table. Who on earth do they represent in the painting The Last Supper? Nobody. That's Dionysus. Even the actor who portrayed that character said, this is Dionysus. Even the Olympics said, this is Dionysus. This is an allusion to a painting that is housed in a church in France called the Feast of the Gods, which depicts Dionysus feasting in front of a table where there's a wedding feast going on, where Apollo is featured at the center of the table with a halo behind his head. The Olympics version has the person seated in the middle wearing a 7-pointed halo. That originates in Greek iconography that was borrowed into Christianity. That is associated with Apollo, with Helios, with Dionysus, with other deities that represent the sun or emerge.
Yeah, Helios, that's where the word halo comes
The
from.
Last Supper.
In a couple of the acts, some are claiming that religious imagery was used, like the golden calf.
That is not the golden calf. That is a statue called Bull and Deer. It was created by Paul Jouve in 1937 for a contest in France. It has been housed at the Trocadero for many decades, and that temporary stage was built in the Trocadero around the statues that are there. It has absolutely nothing to do with worship or with the golden calf.
The fourth horseman.
See my video number McClellan 2175 for why it is monumentally stupid to think that horse represents any of the horsemen of the apocalypse.
And one scene in particular is being compared to Leonardo da Vinci's mural of Jesus and his 12 disciples. In the scene, broadcast cameras pan out on a number of drag queens standing behind a raised stage, with one in the middle wearing a piece on her head that is likened to religious drawings of a halo with lines of light emanating out of it. Some outraged with this scene said this is extremely disrespectful to Christians, and that the Olympics declared loudly that the 2.4 billion Christians on Earth are not welcome.
So the only thing being disrespected here is a competent grasp of culture.
That's it right
This
there.
outrage, whether it's real or feigned, is phenomenally hypocritical and misplaced, because this isn't about the Last Supper. But even if it were, there's nothing wrong with using imagery from a famous piece of art to offer some social commentary, as Jesus would have eaten with drag queens. They're allowed to say, hey, we have a seat at this table as well. And there would have been the same hypocrites out front gnashing their teeth at them the whole time too. And even if it is intended to be a critique or, heaven forbid, mockery, you don't get to spend so much time and effort trying to convince the world that everybody's part of a Christian culture, that Western civilization was built by Christianity, that is the foundation of our art and architecture and literature and law and everything, and then turn around and try to police who's allowed to critique it and which critiques are allowed. If they were born and raised in that culture, then that's their culture too. So, irrespective of what was intended here, trying to demonize and vilify these folks just so you can be persecuted, so you can feel like
That right there.
you're in the last days, so you can read yourself into the book of Revelation,
Because that's what it is.
phenomenally harmful and hypocritical, and you need to do better. And the fit for this video has been Wolverine.
Which is so fitting. considering the additional, I'm not gonna get into it, but the additional freaking out over the fucking X-Men movie, or Deadpool movie with Wolverine. But his point that it does not matter if they were actually openly mocking Christianity. You're allowed to do that. Like your shirt, it looks comfy. Yeah, I'll do a fit check real quick. I have to do it over here because it's the only place I can stand. Yeah, I got shorts on, got socks. It's very breathable, which is nice because it's way too hot out. It is very comfortable. Ugh. Very comfy. A friend gave it to me. And it's textury, but like it's a nice texture. Oh my god. Sorry with hiccups. But essentially, right, it does not matter if it's offensive. You're allowed to make offensive art. And this is what I mean when like making offensive jokes. Like, Christians want to stop drag queens from doing anything because it offends them, and they'll interpret anything that queer folks do as offensive. So like, we have to be careful not to like be too pro censorship, because there is a point where it will get used against us. Now, of course, I understand that like hate speech is a thing and there should be consequences for hate. But there's a difference, I think, between saying like, you shouldn't be allowed to say this thing because it hurts my feelings, and what you said hurts my feelings, so I'm not gonna give you my money anymore. I'm not gonna watch this thing anymore. And again, if Christians just went like, hey, I didn't like that opening because it felt like disrespectful, I'm not really interested in watching the Olympics anymore, that would be fine. For me, the issue is, again, when it gets into this conspiracy stuff and this like persecution complex stuff, it's like when they start being like, oh, well, you're telling Christians they're not welcome. And speaking for all Christians when they say that, because a lot of Christians don't care. They understand, like, Christians, by and large, actually do understand basic media literacy, and, like, social critique through art. I would know. I am friends with a lot of Christians that are completely fine with me being a Satanist, and they understand where that comes from, right? My thing is just like, as soon as you start saying that you shouldn't be allowed to say that, that's where it's a problem. Unless, of course, it's like advocating violence against like a group of people. That's I think where we're at, is like, it's just frustrating every time anything happens, because it used to be like once in a while you'd have stuff like this, but now it's like constant. That like, it's just like every once in a while, it's just like fucking, sorry, turn that down a little bit. It used to be every once in a while, and now it's just like there's fucking just every, like, since last week, there's both of these where people are like, oh, it's a conspiracy to like hurt Christians. We're in the midst of another satanic, well, the satanic panic has risen to prominence again, and it's like everything is a satanic conspiracy theory. I also had to talk with my friends. It would be one thing to be turned off by the perceived mockery, but the amount of people using it to insult queer people is silly. Not the mockery, not the decision, just queer people. Yeah, like, again, they're like making fun of trans folks because they don't like that there's drag queens. It's ridiculous. And like, it is very difficult to watch every single time something on the news, yeah, I'd love a slice of cake, Steph. Every time there's something on the news, it's just like, hey, let's spin this to be about Satan again. There's a third one I'm gonna cover after we have some fun Olympics related stuff. But it's this reoccurring problem where, again, it's not all Christians, it's a specific group of apocalyptic Christians who are trying to persecution complex their way into living through the end times and Revelation. I do also see this mirrored in the way that some leftists talk about the impending revolution. It's very much the same vibe, at least, where, like, you know, the revolution is coming soon, it's imminent, just like the Christians talk about, like, the end times is coming soon, it's imminent, Jesus is returning. Like, people will talk about revolution the same way, that, like, oh, anytime now there's gonna be a revolution. And by revolution, they mean violent revolution. And I feel like sometimes, like, I get the impulse of, like, everything fucking sucks right now and we need a change. Because, like, we can't keep going on this trajectory of, like, disenfranchisement and people not having living wages, not being able to afford, like, it's getting to the point where people can't afford food, they can't afford housing, because this wealth is being sucked into an ever smaller group of billionaires. And, like, I get it, we need to change this at some point. But it's always like, oh, the revolution's coming, not how can we make substantive, productive change to turn this fucking thing around? Because we can. We can make community gardens. We can have gift economies. We can do mutual aid. We can break down the Protestant work ethic and the idea that productivity is your value. We can dismantle ableism. We can fight for the decriminalization of sex work. We can support unions, support strikes, fight AI, especially generative AI. We can, like, there's lots of actual productive things we can do. We can move towards forcing grocery stores to give their food away at the end of the night to people who are hungry rather than throwing it away and destroying it. Like, there are substantive things we can do, and that is as much revolution as guillotines in the street. Now, do I find a lot of catharsis in guillotine in the street memes? Abso-fucking-lutely. Because we're fed up, and we're tired, and we're hungry, and anxious, and that is a good way to make people squirrely, is by keeping them tired and hungry and desperate. So, like, I get it and I have compassion for that, but it's like, you know, why does the revolution have to be people dying in the streets? Why can't it be people feeding people? Like, that's revolution too, you know? So yeah, I see the parallels there. But, like, all the satanic panic stuff is just them trying to make revelation happen. It's the same reason why all those, like, right-wing extreme Christians support Israel. Or a nationwide strike, yeah. You could do a nationwide general strike. The issue is also, like, speaking of strikes, I'm so endlessly frustrated. Thank you, honey. I appreciate. I'm very frustrated about how people keep announcing strikes last minute, because you can't do that. Like, if we're gonna do strikes, like general strikes, and not just, like, you know, a strike by a specific union, because unions when they strike have a union fund. Union dues go into a big pile that during strikes financially supports people while they're not working so that they're not forced into a position to choose between scabbing and homelessness. Yeah, that cake does look good. Steph got it for her birthday. But like, that's how strikes work. And they're voted for, they're prepared for ahead of time. People know when strikes are coming. I've had tons of friends and family go through strikes before. You know when they're coming, and they're telegraphed in advance. So if you're gonna do a general strike, it has to be something that people, the Loblaws boycott was planned well in advance. Exactly. Like these big, massive movements, people need to know they're coming so they can prepare for them. A lot of the like general strike for Palestine things, I've not participated in a single one, because not a single one of them were communicated ahead of time, and not a single one of them had any fund put in place to support people during a strike. If you're going to ask people to not work, you need to financially support people so that they're not being harmed by your strike. You cannot ask people to suffer for your cause. People can't do that. Like, especially like parents are not going to starve their children for someone else's cause. They just aren't. And you cannot ask them to do that. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your lurk and your cake, Steph. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. But yeah, you need to communicate a general strike ahead of time. Like any of these things, they need to be collaborative and not just spur of the moment. Like any protest, it needs to be thought out for a specific goal with a specific intention, with support behind what's going on. Because like, I'm a poor person. I can't afford a lot of things. I can't afford to not work. Like, if there's a general strike and I can't choose to not take a client that day because there's a general strike. I literally can't. That's like $300. I can't not go to work. So, like you're not going to get people to have the amount of buy-in you need to have a general strike work unless we build resources for it. That said, all of the union strikes happening in the meantime, we can absolutely support unions when they strike. That's a lot easier to do than a general strike, because it's only sections of the economy at a time. You're not being asked personally to not work. You're being asked to support by not, like, unions sometimes will ask you to boycott, sometimes they won't. It depends on the terms of the strike. Anytime there's a strike, check, because sometimes boycott is not what they want you to do. Currently, right now, there is a SAG-AFTRA strike. I was also going to cover that. I might as well get to that now. Where's my tab with it? There's a SAG-AFTRA strike. Right now, for those who work on video games, they're going on strike. But it's based on AI protections. As everyone here knows, I am very much against generative AI. It's been used against me multiple times now. They want enforceable language. So we were not going to have AI. That's what they're striking about. But they have said in their information for streamers that they still want you playing video games, that they still want you to go about stuff as normal, like you can buy and play video games. What they want you to do is to talk about the strike and to support the strike that way. A boycott's not actually going to help them. So not in a lot of instances, boycotts are not actually helpful to a strike. So you got to check. I've definitely been in situations where you have to not cross the picket line by not, like, physically not going into a place. When I used to go to York University, there was times where staff were striking and you were to not go in the building at all, unless you lived in residence, in which case, obviously, they can't stop you, but there's, like, certain stuff you were asked to do if you could. So, like, that's the thing, is, like, if you're gonna have, like, a general strike or a revolution, it needs to be communicated. The Christian thing is, yeah, like, they support Israel because they want Israel to exist. They want all of the Jews to go back to Israel so that Israel can be destroyed and Jesus will return. They don't have the best interest of Jewish people in mind. It's an ulterior motive. Same thing with, like, a lot of things that they'll do. It's because of their obsession with the apocalypse. Mouse cake is really good. But it's important to just remember that anytime you hear something that's like globalists control the world, or Satanists, or occult, or whatever, like, be suspicious every time. And if you ever have questions, like, you can post about it in my Discord or ask me on stream. Like, I will always be happy to, like, let you know where this stuff is coming from. Like, most people don't know anything about Satanism, because why would they? So, like, I'm totally happy to be a resource that if you see something that's talking about Satanism and you want my opinion on it, I'm totally down to talk about it, literally always. When I got ordained, I kind of signed up for that. But also just, like, being publicly a Satanist, like, I'm down for that. Hi, Kat, how's it going? How's it going? But yeah, it's just really exhausting to see satanic panic stuff come up as conspiracies over and over and over again about, like, everything, about the Olympics, about the Super Bowl, about anything involving celebrities, anything art related, anything involving trans stuff or drag stuff or politics or fucking always. It's going. Still so sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better soon. Did you eventually get seen in the hospital? Like, I imagine you're not still there, like, several days later. I'm good. I'm doing good. But yeah, I get tired of satanic panic stuff, so, like, that's why I'm always happy to talk about it, because I can only prevent more of it by talking it. It couldn't just be bad people, it has to specifically be Satan. Yeah, well, so part of the reason for that is because it's the bad people are Jewish. They that are controlling things in conspiracies, it's always Jewish. And the Jewish Satan connection is comes from, like, blood libel, where Jews were considered to be sacrificing Christian babies to Satan. It's not, like, an actual thing. Jewish people don't do that. Satanists don't do that. I think the only, like, sacrifices to Satan I've ever done has been sacrificing hours and hours to Zoom meetings. You got seen after 7 hours? Yeah, that is a long time. I think the only time I've taken 7 hours was, like, I had, like, a sprained finger that we were just getting checked to make sure it wasn't broken. It's like, I didn't just need an x-ray and that's probably fine. Or, like, I had, like, nerve damage and we're just checking that that's all it was. Like, stuff where I came in prepared knowing it was going to be a long wait, because it was, if I had had a family doctor at the time, I just would have gone to a family doctor or gotten an x-ray from a walk-in or something. Like, there'd been an urgent care or something. But you can't just get x-rays. But I was like, I'm just here to get my finger x-rayed. Let me know. It's probably fine, but whatever. And that was like middle of rush. Ads. Yeah. But it's just, the conspiracy theory stuff just exhausts me. It's hard to try and address the same shit constantly over and over and over again, you know? I did just have a thought. I'm gonna wait for ads to end before I share it, but I just had a fucking thought. I miss only knowing about like flat earth and aliens. The problem is even those are anti-Semitic. Wildly. Also, considering how much Mormonism is a problem, Americans don't get to blame Satan. Well, see, the non-Mormons just think that's also Satan. That's the thing. Everything is just Satan at the end of the day. Well, the aliens ones I knew were Egyptian. So, okay. I'm gonna have to explain ancient aliens for a second. So the like, oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, like no, I know you know what they are. But so the aliens built the pyramids thing. I mean, that's racist because people don't say that about like, oh, well, why did like the fucking Roman cathedral exist? But the ancient alien ones loop back around to anti-Semitism because again, who is the they that's hiding the information? Also that too. Wait, I just realized I'm dumb. Egyptian Jews are connected dirt. Yes. Very explicitly. But like, you're good. You're good. But it's also like a racism thing too. It's that like people of color can't make shit because people don't freak out like that about like Roman architecture. Because it's white, so it's fine. Also, I just realized we were just talking about Marie Antoinette and I'm literally eating cake right now. Moai statues too. Yeah, they do it a little bit with Celtic stuff. Like Stonehenge and stuff. But, you know. Oh my god. The whole outside of this cake is chocolate. Like little chocolate shavings are so good. We're talking about Marie Antoinette and then also poverty and strikes. Yep. And now I'm eating cake. So, wow. Please, I promise you I'm poor. This is from the fucking grocery store. Saf says meow. I'm gonna say meow back. Hi, Pint. Welcome in. Welcome in. How's it going? How's it going? So, I guess, while we're talking about satanic conspiracy theories and racism, here's another thing I wanted to cover. It's too hot, it is. She's looking for the cat now? That's really funny. That's really funny. I have another one for her.
Meow, bitch!
I'm sorry, Saf. But yeah, so this is a thing. This is written by Melissa Grant, who's one of my favorite journalists. She writes about sex work stuff all the time also. She's fantastic. The violent implications of the Jezebel attacks on Kamala Harris, because of course this is happening. Of course they're calling her a Jezebel. Of course they're calling her a Jezebel. Calling black women Jezebel has a long racist history, but as a recent video shows, it has a more modern meaning amongst Christian nationalists. For fuck's sake, yeah. The predictably racist and misogynist attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris, now presumptive Democratic nominee, came from predictable sources. Same like Lizzie Schroed adding not so subtle welfare queen, blah blah blah. But the most horrifying attacks on Harris come from a comparatively lesser known figure who is a prominent voice within the Christian nationalist movement. Lance Wallnau, a leading prophet in the new apostolic reformation. Harris said Wallnau on Monday represents the spirit of Jezebel in a way that'll be even much more ominous than Hillary because she'll bring a racial component and she's younger. Quiet part is definitely loud right now. Racial component and she's younger. Alright. She's not even that young. To call a black woman a Jezebel harkens back to America's racist and misogynistic history of casting black women as insatiably sexual, which served to justify slaveholding men's systemic sexual assault of enslaved women. I cannot read today. But for right-wing white Christians, the sort Wallnau is addressing, to say a woman has a Jezebel spirit is also to say she's a danger to them, a barely human being hell-bent on seducing men to their destruction and assuming their power. In 2021, around the time that Harris was sworn in as vice president, 2 white Christian pastors denounced her as a Jezebel. Harris, a Baptist, was defended at the time by other black Baptists, particularly black women. To frame a powerful woman as a hateful, wily, sexually promiscuous, ambitious, and ultimately irresistible is to say more about your powerlessness than her prowess, wrote Lokalani Wilson, a religion scholar and longtime member of Allen Temple Baptist Church in Oakland, where Harris is from. That advances childless cat lady. Yeah, childless cat ladies are the fucking best, though. Like, I mean, every millennial is fucking childless, honestly. Not all of us, it's an exaggeration, but cats are just better. You can go to the park and leave your cat at home and it's fine. That's what I like about having a snake, is I can just like leave for 2 weeks and it's fine. I'm a childless cat creature in making. Yes. Also, hi, Seth. Jessica Johnson, an assistant professor of religious studies at the College of William and Mary, who has researched Christian nationalism, spoke at length to the Washington Post at the time about what it meant to cast Harris as a Jezebel and the violent connotations of this kind of rhetoric. The Christian nationalist movement shares many of the same beliefs as the white nationalists. It's kind of the same movement, but including an attachment to an authoritarian father figure running the country, Johnson explained. Calling Harris a Jezebel foments their worst fears that they will be replaced, that their fate is in the hands of a godless, amoral black woman, the paper reported. Johnson said to call Harris a Jezebel is an incitement to violence. The video in which Wallnau recently revived the Harris Jezebel trope was quickly clipped by the watchdog group Right Wing Watch and widely shared. In it, Wallnau first appears basically like any other white guy on the far side of middle age who goes live on YouTube from his home office or car to indulge in a political rant. He's seated at his desk, the camera flipped towards his computer monitor, an X feed up on the screen as he scrolls through video posts of news clips of Harris, hits play on a few, and gives his commentary. Around the monitor, viewers could see an accumulation of books, cables, and a few prescription drug bottles. But after leveling the Jezebel spirit accusation at Harris, he got to the heart of his video. He addressed Christians in his audience directly, telling them it's important for them to start getting involved with the warfare over the imaginations. He called both Trump and Harris flawed instruments of God, now locked in a political and spiritual contest. Biden is out, like we prophesized. Kamala is in, like I said, in 2018. My guess is that the devil's plan is to make her president. So, again, everything is a satanic conspiracy theory to these people, because at the end of the day, they're headcanoning themselves into the apocalypse. They want a violent showdown between Satanists and Christians. Things can't just be like boring or like monotonous bureaucratic bullshit. What a wild prediction. The VP groomed to be president. Wild. Yeah, no, I know. It's like, who could have predicted? that maybe Kamala would be president at some point because, like, fucking Biden is old as fuck. That's the whole point of a VP, is for them to be president if something were to happen. It's the whole fucking point. But, like, sorry, my fucking nose ring is bothering me. I fell out last night, so I was being all angry. But it's devil conspiracy stuff, both because these satanic conspiracy theories are always anti-Semitic, they're always racist, they're always anti-queer, they're always whorephobic. Also, like, calling Kamala Harris specifically a Jezebel is, like, for me, a wild thing to have to deal with, because A, there's the satanic panic stuff and the racism, obviously. And then also she is really shitty to sex workers. And we're normally the ones called Jezebels a lot, especially black sex workers. It's just like the fucking roller coaster of emotions going on in my head. Like, there are genuine critiques you can have of Kamala Harris. Her being, like, sexual is not one of them. Like, I don't get where this is coming from. This is not it, yeah. Cause, like, I think I was seeing a clip of The Daily Show with Jon Stewart where he was saying that, like, you know, people keep accusing Kamala of sleeping her way to the top, which, first of all, no. But also, like, Trump and Biden both literally fell asleep. You're about to it's fine. As long as I can get the gist of it, that's what matters. Here, I'm just gonna do this so I can stick this in a tab for after. Anyway, this is not the first time Walnow has caused Harris a Jezebel spirit battling Trump. In an August 2020 video, he related a dream about then candidate Kamala was in an elevator with me that was going up, and I knew there was a Jezebel spirit, and this was before she ran for the primaries for president. I knew that she was going to be the one the devil is going to try to use to take Trump out. Yeah, exactly. She's a younger black woman, so they see her as hypersexual. Exactly. A dream, yes. Like, I have dreams all the time. I've actually had dreams of things before they've happened. Genuinely. I'm pretty sure that's just, like, advanced pattern recognition. Especially because these only really happened back when my life was much more routine. So, like, it wouldn't be difficult for me to dream things. Like, they were much more specific than I thought they would be, but also, like, I mean, it's not that difficult if my dad makes pancakes for breakfast every once in a while. If I have a dream of him making pancakes for breakfast, how prophetic really is that? But, like, man, to make political predictions based on a weird dream is fucking wild. And yeah, like, black women are always seen as hypersexual, and also not like sexual subjects, but sexual objects. They're like a fetish object, the same way that trans women are. And like, I mean, yeah, imagine if you're thinking about Kamala and Trump constantly, you start seeing dreams about it. Yeah. Especially, like, even if, like, back in, before Kamala was even really running for anything, like, you see a black woman and you have these kinds of racist thoughts, it's gonna come out. Like, that's how this works. Like I have recurring violently painful dreams because I have chronic pain, so I'm thinking about being in pain all of the time. Like, of course it's gonna come out in my dreams. That's what I'm thinking about all day, is how much my body hurts. And also, while I'm asleep, my body still hurts, so it bleeds through occasionally. It doesn't Doesn't mean that I'm psychic, that I predicted my hip was gonna fall out just because I got shot in the leg in a dream. It's like, no, my leg always hurts. It falls out all the time. Source, it was revealed to me in a dream. Yeah. But like, this is also an example of intersectionality and how oppression is linked, because they couldn't use Satan as a weapon against Kamala if Satanists weren't marginalized. They couldn't use sleeping your way to the top like a sex worker against her if sex work wasn't stigmatized. But also, like, this being used to attack Kamala means and you can use this to, like, it's often justified in people's minds that they can act like this because it's a person in a position of power, but even womanhood, exactly. But once it's used against the powerful, it starts to trickle down, and it mainly affects those that are lower and not the person in power. Kamala is going to be affected by this less than a trans woman of color sex worker walking the strip. We all know this. Just the same way that Trump was affected by fat phobia a lot less than a fat woman trying to get medical care. Like, we all know this. Like, it's the same way that, again, I understand where this comes from, but, like, the I hate all men comments affect trans folks more than it affects cis men. Because the men are trash stuff gets used against trans women by people who see trans women as men, and all men are trash get used to paint trans men as traitors to feminism and progressive values and to demonize us for transitioning. Like, again, I get where it comes from. I do. But, like, that one's, like, slightly more justified because it is a lashing out, or alternatively not as real men, exactly. And I get that that one's more of a lashing out at it's meant to be directed at cis men with power. But again, you see how those without power are the most affected by it, because you're attacking not behavior, but identity. And that's why I think identity politics is a failure. Not because I don't believe that people are marginalized based on their identities, but because I think that ultimately focusing on identity rather than behavior was a mistake. Because, like, it's the behavior at the end of the day that matters, not what people identify as. And, like, you get some really, really bad takes from people, and also the identifying as good or bad as an identity rather than a behavior that you exhibit, or allyship as behavior rather than identity. Like, that sort of thing is part of this problem, is thinking of things as nouns and labels rather than experiences and perspectives. Also, no identity absolves you of behavior. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Like, it does not matter how traumatized I am. I don't get to put that trauma on someone else to carry for me. I don't get to do that. My trauma is mine to fucking deal with. And does it mean that sometimes I'm not going to be able to do things in an ideal fashion? Absolutely. Like, I don't fully hold myself, like I'm not responsible if during a meltdown I start screaming and crying. So I'm not, like, actively trying to hurt someone. But, like, I am responsible for, like, not being abusive, not making my trauma someone else's problem, like that sort of stuff, you know? Anyway, let's continue this article so I can get through it. These visions of Jezebel coming to take Trump out are simultaneously fearsome and ecstatic, celebrating the violent end coming, in turn, for whoever is accused of embodying this spirit. Yeah, fearsome and ecstatic. That conversation we were having earlier about like satanic panics in general, and also revolutionary thinking by people on the left as well. About a month ago, a Jezebel video with an actual editing budget appeared on Walnow's social media accounts. Evidently, there's a great day coming, promised a more polished looking Walnow on a more professional set. There's a dreadful day coming. It's a time when God is going to be reckoning history and wrapping it up. God was coming to defeat Jezebel, to stand up for fathers against this emasculating move of lesbian, gay, bi, trans, go down the alphabet. It's all about emasculating men like Jezebel did, hunting the fathers, embarrassing them, muting them. That's how the Jezebel works, he continued. See, again, intersectional. The transphobia is also being connected to this whole satanic thing. It's redirecting like every negative influence coming together to be, it's Satan. Everything that isn't Christian white nationalists controlling everything is because, well, who would oppose them? Only Satan. So all of these are different tactics by Satan. Which is why, like, everyone needs to care about the oppression of every other group, because it's all entangled together. Trans people need to care about sex work. Sex workers need to care about racism. People of color need to care about Satanism. As much as it might feel awful to need to care about, you do. Because they're all interconnected. They're identifying as the Weather Network doesn't absolve them of lying to me about rain. That's so funny. It's true. But yeah, it's just like, it's all interconnected, and that's what intersectionality means. It doesn't mean like oppression Olympics and finding the most oppressed person is the only person valid to talk about things. It's meant to be a framework to understand that all issues are interconnected. Flood warning, don't threaten me with a good time. Hey yo, is it wet down there? Because there's a flood warning. But yeah, it's just like, it is not. Yeah, they did say it was gonna be pouring all day today, and it has not rained even a little bit. But yeah, so all of these issues are interconnected. And there's a level of needing religious literacy to understand where this stuff is coming from. And like, that's how you can avoid like some of their traps as well, is like, if you know what the underlying thesis is, then when something comes out of left field, you're like, oh, that's where that's coming from, right? Do you know what eventually killed Jezebel? He asked. It was a prophet, in this case Elijah, who shifted the mentality of the nations. It shifted something in the minds of the people, and they came out of the fog of the seduction of Jezebel's weird antics. Here the video cuts to two pieces of art, one showing Elijah gripping Jezebel by the wrist, another showing people throwing Jezebel from a window into a pike-carrying crowd below. That's not the end of the story. After that, the people saw the rise of a political figure like Viktor Orban, or like Milei in Argentina, or like Bukele in El Salvador. He adopted a mocking tone, imitating his critics, making air quotes, and he said, "These dangerous right-wing extremists." So keep in mind that he's identifying defeating this evil Jezebel spirit with right-wing extremist figures, and he's saying, he's mocking the idea that these are dangerous, but he's identifying with fucking Viktor Orban, like fucking fascist dictators that kill people. Like, you can see who they idolize, right? Also, it's 30 degrees Celsius. My room smells like rotting garbage. Please, Satan. Just 15 minutes of rain. Yeah, or like an hour even. Let's not like comply ahead of time. Let's like start here and negotiate our way down, right? Like, there's supposed to be thunderstorms tonight, and like, I mean, it's kind of cloudy. The clouds are starting to come in, but like, Jesus, it's been way too hot. It's definitely a satanic conspiracy theory to like Satan the thunderstorms you promised me. Yes. And I saw him fall from heaven with a crash like thunder. When Wallnow calls Harris a Jezebel, then viewers should understand that he is nodding towards his own dreams and prophecies, his claims to have foretold her coming. Such claims are the currency of the apostles and prophets of the New Apostolic Reformation, a Christian religious and political movement driven by theocratic notions of total societal dominion, including the end of democracy as we've known it, as leading NAR experts Frederick Clarkson and Andre Gagne have described it. As within the wider Christian nationalism movement, NAR prophets encourage followers to think of themselves as soldiers in a cosmic conflict. As religion scholar and former Christian evangelical pastor Bradley Onishi has said, the stakes here are higher than mere elections. It's about who prevails in an apocalyptic battle. When you explain it that way to folks, you're able to prime them not only for action, but for extreme measures. Yes, that's how you get stochastic terrorism. This is part of the reason why, like, this sort of rhetoric is why, and like thinking of themselves as soldiers in a battle for souls or whatever, this like higher metaphysical framing is why people fucking pipe bomb and arson TSTHQ. It's the reason why a bunch of satanic ministers get death threats. It's why Lucian Greaves has to have a fucking guard dog now. Like a personal protection dog. Like, all of these things, again, are connected. And that kind of like, they talk like that about like Justin Trudeau as well, as like these far right-wing people, they talk about Trudeau like that. They talk about trans people like that, that were like threats to society, were threats to your children, to prime people to like the dehumanizing language and the framing us as dangerous to the vulnerable primes people to be violent towards us. And like looking through like I don't recommend doing this, but like looking through all of the satanic conspiracy stuff related to the Olympics, you see like all of the replies are like really horrifically transphobic, and like threatening violence and shit. Like it's all connected. And I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist by saying it's all connected, but like you can see that they're connecting these things. Wallnow has used the influence he's accrued through the NAR, taking such prophetic visions and translating them into access to political power. A prophecy revealed to Wallnow that Trump was God's chaos candidate, which became the title of Wallnow's pro-Trump book. Someone who, despite being flawed, would do God's work and or the work of Christians. This gave evangelicals a path or rationale for supporting Trump, and it earned Wallnow his invitation to Trump Tower early in the campaign, where he said God gave him a calling related to this guy. It's against this backdrop of political influence building off the back of purported prophecies and encounters with God that Wallnow's subsequent Jezebel calls should be understood. Jezebel was turning Americans away from Trump, he said in 2019, but if they wanted to pray for Trump and his 2020 re-election, he offered them a gold coin stamped with Trump's profile for $45. They're really Trump's folks, said Athena Butler, the author of White Evangelical Racism and chair of the University of Pennsylvania's Religious Study Department, to The Nation recently. All the talk you hear about demonic stuff, about violent stuff, people should take that very seriously. Since he began proclaiming that a Jezebel spirit was threatening Trump in 2019, and that Harris was a Jezebel spirit in 2020, his rhetoric has turned more overtly violent. He has claimed to have heard prophecies lately about sudden deaths, as Religion Dispatches reported in 2023. In May, he said, you're going to see some of the disciplinary hand of God come down upon those people that have been standing in the path of what he wants to do. And now he's on the road recruiting Trump voters from churches in what he's called the Courage Tour. He's accompanied by Charlie Crook of the far-right youth group Turning Point USA, targeting churches. They say if they can get Trump more than 81% of the evangelical vote, there's almost no way Donald Trump loses. We're unashamed about the role of the body of Christ in the affairs of planet Earth, he said recently on the tour. We don't realize that the ultimate role of Jesus is to come back to Earth to rule it, and when he comes back, he's going to be administrating affairs over nations with people that get it. Implying that the peoples who don't get it won't be in those countries. Again, that harkens back to the like violent rhetoric and stuff. So like, again, like, I'm not saying this stuff necessarily to make people scared and depressed. It's that they're organized, so we have to organize ourselves. Like, we're only going to be able to defeat this sort of organized religious thinking if we understand that that's what it is. You're not going to ever beat them with facts because their feelings don't care about the facts. The way that they're perceiving the world is exclusively through like this metaphysical lens. Together or not at all. Exactly. We need to be together, and we cannot be sacrificing one group or another to this group, to these people, and think that that's going to help us, because it's not. If everyone sacrifices trans people, and I've seen a bunch of like fucking cis gay people being like, well, they're only coming after gay rights because you weirdos, and it's like, well, no. They were coming after you in like 2004. I was there. In 2008. I remember it. They've hated gay people this whole goddamn time. They just had to take a strategic back foot because people were united, and now they can divide us. They're making more progress in fighting. Like, we can't let them divide us, because they never stop coming after us, they just hit it. Exactly. And like, we can't be divided and think that giving them ground is going to stop their progress, because they've made it very clear that their goal is to proceed completely to this end goal. Steps along the way are just steps on the path. Straight up after they're done with the weirdos, they're coming after the normal ones. Yeah, because to them, we're all weirdos. Like, we're the weirdos, mister. Like, you can't normalize your way out of bigotry. Like, I don't care if you're a middle-class white gay couple with 2.5 adopted kids and a white picket fence and a dog in the suburbs. They hate you too. Like, every time they talk about how they hate trans people because they can't think about a trans person without thinking about genitals. They can't think about gay people without thinking about anal sex. Like, it's not different. Oh, them freaking out on Twitter about being called weirdos, it's been a joy. Yes, I also want to talk about that. Because that's the thing. Calling them weird, I've seen some people a little bit conflicted on it, because it's like there's nothing wrong with being weird. And I saw someone break it down really well, that being called weird is like being called queer. I mean, they're synonyms. That being called queer is only an insult if you think being queer is a bad thing. Like, if someone calls me queer, it's not an insult because I am, and it's fine. If someone calls me weird, it's not an insult because I am, and it's fine. Of course I'm weird. But on the left, we're not preoccupied primarily with being normal. Like, there is some stuff on the left, obviously, that flirts with normativity and acceptability politics. Sure. But we're not like the right in that we're not constantly obsessed with being the only normal ones. With being the normal that weird people appeal to, you know? So it's upsetting them because they have no real reply to it, because they can't say it. They can't, when you call someone with blue hair and pronouns weird, they go, yeah, of course I'm weird, whatever. They can't reclaim weird, because to them, in their heads, weird is the worst thing to be. They can't own it. They can't own being weird. Because they'd have to deconstruct the whole worldview that made them weird in order to be okay being weird. If they were okay being weird, they wouldn't be like this. And like, also it defangs them in a way, because then we're not calling, like, yes, they're scary, but we're not being like, oh, you're threatening and scary and dangerous like the fucking stormtroopers and Darth Vader. You don't get to have this cool aesthetic of the, like, Imperial. It's, oh, you're just kind of weird and lame. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, you're kind of just gross. Because it defangs them and doesn't allow them to, because they can accept being scary. They can internalize that and be like, yeah, of course I'm scary, that's a good thing. But calling them weird, they cannot accept that. Any accusation of failing to conform is an attack to their fundamental identity of being normal and standard. Yeah. It's why they get so upset at being called cis all of the time. Because they're not cis, they're normal. Calling them cis makes them confront, like, the whole point of cis and trans, rather than trans and not trans, or trans and normal, is to make it transness also normal, and to make cisness less standard, and they fucking hate it. Same with, like, autistic and allistic, or like neurotypical and neurodivergent. They fucking hate that shit. Because they're like, no, I'm not cis, I'm normal. No, I'm not heterosexual, I'm normal. So by telling them they're weird, like, they don't have any real response to that. And I think it's a really powerful way of, like, flipping stuff on them, because they've been attacking us for being weird for forever. They've been mocking us and using humor and falling back on, oh, it's just a joke, man, all of the time. So, like, us doing it back in a way that's not shitty, right? Like, you wanna call them weird for their genuinely weird obsession with people's sexuality, and their weird obsession with people's genitals, and their weird obsession with asking people about their naked bodies, and their weird obsession with, like, the tits of children. Like, why do you care whether a little girl has boobs or not? Fucking calm down. Like, that's objectively weird. It's weird derogatory, not weird in a good way, right? So, like, I found it, like, really, really fun. Now, there's a video I was gonna show you that I think kind of epitomizes this, because it shows them as, like, weird and creepy for attacking porn. And, like, I'm so glad that the Democrats are finally making this fucking transition, because I was not expecting, especially with Harris running for president, I was not expecting them to shit on the Republicans for being weird about sex and masturbation. I really wasn't. Because being shitty about porn has been a bipartisan thing for a long time. And, like, Dems are gonna have to fucking stick with this if this is the move they're gonna make. But, like, I'm very, very happy about some of these, like, things that have happened. Like, ever since Biden stepped down and Harris stepped up, like, I've been fucking thrilled. And this is as a sex worker with serious problems with some of Kamala Harris's body of work, her history, and her career. Obviously there's good stuff, but you know. So Mike Stabile, he is from the Free Speech Coalition. They're awesome. I did not have Dems campaigning on access to porn and masturbation on my bingo card, but this summer's been full of surprises. This Democratic ad by Won't Pack Down is perfect. MAGA is very upset that normal Americans are calling them out for being weird.
Us MAGA Republicans banned abortion, but that's just the start.
That's just the start.
If Trump gets elected, we want the government involved in all aspects of your sex life.
Way more involved.
Way more involved.
When you have sexual intercourse, it should be illegal to use contraception. No pills, no condoms.
Your genitals are reserved for procreation.
If you freeze 12 eggs, you should be required to have 12 babies, or else you're a serial killer. And I'm definitely not a serial killer.
Are you?
My son monitors my porn usage to make sure I'm not self-pleasuring.
Just like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That's true, you can look it up.
Don't you think that's normal?
Yeah, I do.
It's normal for your son to do that.
You should have a family member monitor your porn use too.
Because pleasuring yourself is very, very naughty.
I'm voting in November.
I'm voting in November.
We're all voting in November. Are you?
Because what happens in your bedroom is up to me.
Is up to me and my son. Also, mouth stuff is a sin.
That's so fucking funny. That's so funny. And I'm like, I'm so fucking happy that the like fucking weird, gross obsession with like porn and masturbation is finally getting addressed. Seriously. And like, it's fucking so lovely. Because seriously, that video, I should watch it again and go like step by step and break down the references that it makes. But like, here, let's go through this like a little bit at a time.
Us MAGA Republicans banned abortion.
Yes,
that's
Roe v.
just the
Wade.
start.
That's just the start.
If Trump gets elected, we want the government involved in all aspects of.
Yeah, so it's, you know, marriage, surrogacy, adoption, abortion, whether or not you can watch porn. And I will say, it's been very, very, very open. The right has been very open that all of their age verification stuff is just meant to stop people from looking at porn altogether. It's a stepping stone to banning porn entirely.
Your sex life.
Way more involved.
Way more involved.
When you have sexual intercourse, it should be illegal to use contraception.
And this is a thing. They do want to ban contraception. They want to frame birth control pills, IUDs, all of that as abortifacient. So the way that hormonal birth control works is that it stops you from ovulating. They have different mechanisms for doing that, whether it's estrogen or progesterone based, but it stops you from ovulating. However, if you do have a breakout ovulation anyway, because hormone fluctuations are a thing, and it can kind of, sometimes your body just does a fucking thing. Birth control does have a failure rate. Often it also makes your body inhospitable for a fertilized egg to implant. Or you fuck up taking it, because that happens all the fucking time. For stuff like the pills. But like, a lot of times it still makes your body, even if you're taking them perfectly, your body will be inhospitable, and usually you'll flush out the fertilized egg. Now, for people who believe life begins at conception, they're not counting in conception the way that it's normally counted. They are counting it as soon as egg and sperm meet. That's when you have a baby, right? It's immediately a human child the minute a sperm touches an egg. So you got this little thing going on. It's like, that's a human person. Yeah. So that's what they think is a child and a pregnancy. So if that can't implant on the side of your uterus and gets flushed out, that's an abortion to them. That's not really how that works. Normally, conception isn't really measured till it implants in your uterus. and starts growing, it's usually measured by, I think it's 6 weeks after the date of your last period is when pregnancy starts. That may or may not be actually when it started, and it's also difficult because sometimes you can have false periods while you're like at that initial section while it's implanting, because it's a whole little sack of stuff. So like it is quite possible for you to have had that implanted in you for more weeks than you are actually weeks pregnant, or vice versa. That it's been there longer or less long than like we count it from, because it's impossible to know when it actually implanted, because it does also take the egg and the sperm, like to get down your fallopian tubes, it actually does take a while. It can take like a week. So like when they meet, if they meet in the fallopian tube, it doesn't implant until like a week later. So I'm like, anything can happen, because it's not like, if you're not trying to be pregnant, you're still gonna be like, I don't know, playing sports or drinking or whatever that's gonna possibly make it more difficult for a pregnancy to happen. Which, fun fact, non-implanting does happen all the time, even without any contraception, hence one of the reasons it's not counted. Exactly! That is the most common form of miscarriage, is like you don't even know you're pregnant. You never knew you were pregnant. You have a slightly heavier period than usual. Which, again, that can also happen for any of 1,000 different reasons. Like, when I got every single one of my COVID boosters, my period was heavier for like 2 months or 3, for like a couple cycles after I got the booster. Because immune dysregulation can fuck with your period. Sometimes when I'm sick, my period is heavier or lighter, or comes early or comes late. Or, fuck, when my anemia is better or worse, it affects my cycle. Like, uteruses are weird. This is unrelated, but I'm pretty sure one of my ovaries has moved because I've started getting cramps. So normally cramps are like here, like up here. And I've started having cramps down here. And it's not fun to have cramps like in your fucking hip. It's not like quite there, but it's like lower in my pelvis than usual. I'm like, what? And I tried to look up if that's actually a thing, and I couldn't find anything. Because Google is broken. Yep, it rude. Yeah, I think that's a thing that can happen because I had a salpingectomy, so I don't have fallopian tubes. But I'm pretty sure because there's less shit attaching it. There's still ligaments, but again, I have EDS, so it's not. My ligaments aren't fantastic. They're not great. So it could have fallen or whatever. Sometimes they float away. Because your abdomen is just kind of a weird empty chamber. But yeah, so they do think birth control pills are abortifacients. Mine are always off to one side and down because reasons. Yeah. Possibly EDS reasons, because our shit's not attached very well. But they also think IUDs also are abortifacients, because like technically that's how a copper IUD works. Is it just... The copper ions are spermicidal, and then if something gets past, it irritates the shit out of your uterus and makes it completely inhospitable to implantation. That's what it does. It just makes your uterus really awful for anything to be in, including your uterus. It's the fucking worst. It's terrible. So yes, they want to ban all contraception. And then like condoms, they can't argue cause abortions. Right? So condoms get banned as the real easy way that condoms get banned is just by using them as evidence of sex work, and then you just start increasingly surveilling people with condoms. That's genuinely a thing, by the way. It might just be radiating pain too, because the fallopian tubes aren't actually attached to the ovary because of evolution. Awesome. That's fair. But yeah, so a lot of times sex workers, if they're carrying condoms, that will be used as evidence against them that they were soliciting. On top of that, anti-trafficking, big fucking air quotes there, training for hotel staff is often to look for women traveling alone with condoms. That if you're a woman alone with condoms, that's used as evidence that you might be trafficked. And how do they help you? They call the police on you, they kick you out, they do nothing that would actually help an actual trafficking victim. Also to arrest gay people. Yep. And I'm sure this is doing wonderful things for the HIV rates. Decriminalizing sex work also, by the way, would be one of the best ways to get rid of HIV. It would lower HIV rates considerably if you decriminalize sex work. So yes, but yes, I'm 16 seconds in.
No pills, no condoms.
Your genitals are reserved for procreation.
If you freeze 12 eggs, you should be required to have 12.
Yeah, so this is the thing they actually want to do as well, is to define, so if a child is a child, not at implantation, but when egg meets sperm, when they do that, then that also includes an IVF. So that means every embryo you make during IVF that's frozen is a actual human being. Now, never mind that you can't put human beings in cryostasis that are like alive. You can't do that. IVF is not, but that's like, yeah, you can't just like flush embryos that you're not using. The problem being that often for IVF, you have to create multiple embryos to try and find one that's viable, because the reason that you're doing IVF in the first place is because you're having fertility issues the standard way. Sometimes it's to do genetic therapy. Not always, like, sometimes it's for eugenics reasons, but sometimes it's because, like, oh, hey, like, we carry a gene for something. It's recessive, but we carry a gene that could cause, like, extreme risk for Alzheimer's and things that, like, it's not eugenics to not want people to get Alzheimer's in their older age, or to be able to make it through gestation and be born. Because my mom lost a baby, I guess lost a fetus because it didn't develop properly. So like preventing that sort of stuff, that's totally fine. Also to take as many as possible in case it takes multiple sessions, because collecting eggs is invasive and dangerous. Yep, because it's surgery and you have to, like, it's a lot, and you have to, it's general anesthetic, right? So like, general anesthetic is extremely dangerous every single time. People try and act like it's not, that it's no big deal, but it is genuinely a dangerous thing. If you've gone under general anesthetic a couple times and been okay, you're probably fine going forward. But some people can have really bad reactions to general anesthetic. And you can stop breathing, there's like lots of things that can happen under general anesthetic because your body's not supposed to be like that. Also, the hormones can cause a reaction that can kill you. Yes. So, also, like, pregnancy hormones in general can kill people. I say as someone who, if I had that much progesterone in my body for 9 straight months, I would probably perish. And I'm not exaggerating. I really think my body would disintegrate. Because I was on the progesterone birth control pill for 1 month, and I was completely bedridden because my legs fell out of my body and wouldn't go back in. I was completely incapable of walking in 1 month. And it's not like I'm fantastic at walking in the first place, but let me tell you, the difference before and after, fucking astounding. Also, like, freezing 12 eggs also doesn't necessarily mean that you're fertilizing all 12 of those eggs, but still. On top of that, if you have to have all of the babies for every egg or sperm, well, every egg, because they don't do this for sperm. Not all of them will take either, but this means that trans people who are going under hormone replacement therapy, who want to freeze eggs or sperm in the future in case they should decide to want to have children with their future partner, can't do that. Because HRT can affect your fertility, It doesn't always, but some people will like to freeze things just as a safety measure if they want to have kids. Lots of people do. I know people who have frozen sperm so they could have kids with their girlfriends later on, or vice versa, or whatever. It means you can't do that. So
12 babies, or else you're a serial killer. And I'm definitely not a serial killer.
I do like the joke of like the fucking weirdos trying to control people's reproduction being like, I'm not a serial killer, what are you talking about? Because like most serial killers are right wing. And by most, I mean pretty exclusively. A lot of them are cops.
Are you?
My son monitors my porn usage to make sure I'm not self-pleasuring.
And yep, this is a thing, is there's a push for buddy system porn monitoring apps and stuff like that. Not just between like the weird like my son monitors my porn usage thing, like that's a thing that happened. But just in general of like monitoring what people are watching, they also want the government to be able to do that. It's a whole thing. But yes, this is an actual real thing that they do want to control porn and have a lot of like really overt invasions of your privacy.
Like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That's true, you can look it up.
Don't you think that's normal?
Yeah, I do.
It's normal for your son to do that.
You should have a family member monitor your porn use too.
Because pleasuring yourself is very, very naughty.
So like I like this also, that they're like their sense of normal is fucked up, and this weird like incestuousness thing they're always like accusing queer people of doing, but they actually do all of the time. So yeah, this is also a very real thing. Having like your spouse or you like just like this idea that like you should be controlled by someone to stop. It's like, I don't understand why they think we all need to be doing chastity play, but like keep your kinks to yourself, guys. Like your kink is okay, but it's not mine. I'm not kink shaming. I'm kink asking you to back the fuck off is what I'm doing. I'm kink telling you to leave me the fuck alone. Ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome is a super scary thing that isn't talked about enough when people talk about IVF or donating eggs. I didn't even know about it. Possibly because I'm sterile, so that's not really going to be a thing that I would ever come into contact with. But yeah, I can only imagine, like, estrogen is wild. Estrogen is a wild ass drug. You wouldn't personally, probably. Yeah, I would have to suddenly decide that I want to do IVF, because like I can do that because I do have ovaries and I do have a uterus, but like the odds of me changing my mind and like donating eggs does not seem like a thing someone with the genetic nightmare that I have would be likely to do. I'm gonna open that in a new thing, because I'm probably gonna look at that later for personal perusal. Yeah.
I'm voting in November.
I'm voting in November.
We're all voting in November. Are you?
Because what happens in your bedroom is up to me.
Is up to me and my son.
Yeah, and I do really like this like call to action at the end. It's like, you can stop this by voting, because you can. That is 100% a thing you can do. This is really funny. This is what Kat shared earlier. We know you can swim, but can Richard Funk? That's so fucking funny. Also, they do stuff like this, but don't support strong regulations in the fertility industry where they're actually needed. Exactly. Yep. Because it's about control, not morals or ethics. This is really fucking funny. Where's... Let's look at some more Olympic stuff. And their control of you and not your own control. Yeah, it's an undermining of bodily autonomy. Also, for those who weren't here earlier, I'm just going to play this during the ad break, but this has been stuck in my fucking head all day.
Ask not for whom the Venga bus is coming. It is coming for thee.
I was expecting the hot dog JPEG. No, I gotta keep you on your toes. I can't just react to the same song all of the time. I would never ever ever. I would never ever ever. I would never ever ever. Ever.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
I would never.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I look like I know what a JPEG is. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
I can find that so goddamn fast. Unnecessary. Okay. Ads are done. So we're gonna look at this. I love that it has a disclaimer at the bottom.
Okay, we're testing the beds, the cardboard beds. Go.
Oh yeah, these beds will definitely stop sex. So like, you know, definitely effective at stopping people from fucking. Speaking of, thoughts, it's funny that the idea that it's to stop sex keeps going around when they still hand out condoms. Yeah. They're just horrifically bad beds, but like, I'm just looking respectfully.
And it's there, the world record has gone. It was there for nearly 5 years until January this year when Yang Yin came along and broke the world record with 41. And now Kim Ye-ji from Republic of Korea is the new world record holder. What a week it's been for her here in Baku. We can't forget, of course.
She could shoot me if she wanted
to. It's there, the world record has gone.
Both in that she's capable of it, but also she's allowed.
5 years until January this year.
I'm looking disrespectfully, like 100%.
Came along and broke the
like
world
every
record
time she looks at camera like that, I'm like, oh,
and now
could you?
Kim Ye-ji from Republic of
Hi.
Korea is the new world record
Hello.
holder. What a week
Hi.
it's been
I'm
for
just
her
here.
here in Baku.
Hello.
We can't forget, of course.
Hi.
And it's there, the world
Hi.
record has gone.
Hi, come here often.
It was there for nearly 5 years
Hello.
until January this year when
As a mouse you
Yang
can shoot
came
at.
along and broke the world record with 41.
I'm just saying, if there's something else you want to shoot at.
Ye-ji from
I'm just saying, if there's something else you want to shoot at, I'm available on Thursday and also every other day. Fair for you. I have been being horny for gymnasts this week. That is also true. That is also true. I watch a lot of Ethan Nesser, formerly Crank Gameplays, and he did like a whole thing talking about, because he was a gymnast for 10 years, so he like talked about the gymnastic stuff. And hell yeah. The fucking American on the pommel horse. I'm into nerdy guys, let's just put it that way. The idea is that it's more sustainable, the actuality is that they're just bad. Yeah, they very much are. But like, she could do anything she wanted to me, quite honestly. Kind of related.
Making not safe for work art doesn't stop you from getting a job in the industry. In fact, you'll find quite frequently that people who make not safe for work art have a better understanding of the form.
I also want to be a Beyblade. He can be a Beyblade anytime he wants.
More. Like, if I can spell, there we go. Yeah, you'll find that they understand anatomy and biology much more. Hands down. Yep. Anatomy and biology is like a big deal with art, and if you are a not safe for work artist, you have to understand that more. And the reason why you have to understand that more is because nobody wants uncanny looking porn.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
You don't want uncanny porn. So
I want uncanny porn.
You have to understand anatomy, which gives you a better understanding of biology, which lets you draw cooler monsters when you're not drawing porn.
I mean, he's right. I don't want, like, bad uncanny. You want uncanny that's on purpose. Not uncanny because it lacks skill. All the male gymnasts are also... Let's just put it this way. I have a type. I have several types, but one of my types is just, like, gangly-ass dudes that are, like, skinny, but, like, muscular and strong. Like guys who look like... They look like subs, but they're actually doms and they're strong enough that they could actually throw me. I want a man who can throw me. There's difference between intentional uncanny and bad at art uncanny. Exactly. Grant O'Brien. I mean, you're not wrong. You said gangly? I mean, he's also one of my... He's nerdy and gangly, and also... He could probably throw me also. Also, Kat. A lady that could go through me. I want a man that comes across submissive but's actually dominant. And I want a lady who could kill me. That's what I want. I want women who could kill me, and I would thank them for it. And men that are soft and cuddly, but then are like, you know, soft boy in the streets, daddy in the sheets. That's what I want. But like Grant O'Brien, he's one of the only people who's not a whore. I say it with all the love in the world, who has sucked as many dicks in one night as I have. Let's just put it that way. He's one of the few celebrity men who has openly admitted to fucking as many people in a single day as I have. Hello, Foreskin Swallower. That is a very amusing name. Welcome in. My type is all of the men and women in Full Metal Alchemist. I have never watched Full Metal Alchemist, but that feels accurate. But yeah, I will say though, people who do NSFW art are better at art. This is why classical artists do life modeling, or like life drawing. I used to do life modeling as well, and drawing naked people allows you to see where musculature is and where bones are, and then you can put the clothes on top. Because then you know where waistlines are supposed to sit and where things are underneath the clothing. Because you cannot draw something, like you can't draw like skin if you don't know where the bones are, or where the muscles are, like to make things realistic looking. Or like gesture drawings, like drawing hands is it would be easier to learn to draw hands if you're drawing hands rather than drawing hands in gloves. Because if you're drawing hands in gloves, you're not really sure where the digits are, and then you just kind of get like weird little noodles. But yeah, like if you're doing like life drawing and stuff, like you are going to see musculature and bone structure and proportions much more clearly. And like, quite honestly, if you've never drawn a nude before, I don't trust you as an artist, because it's like, how? how do you know what you're doing? Because that's just a thing. And then also to illustrate Thor's point, we're gonna look at a drawing tutorial. There's no nudity in this. It's just talking about marbles. We're just gonna learn how to draw marbles.
Every bag of marbles is different. However, pretty often one marble will be slightly longer than the other. Some bags of marbles are pretty short, while others are pretty long. And believe it or not, although it's the minority, some bags of marbles come with only one marble inside. And their shape tends to be pretty unique. When marbles move, they kind of swing between each other. Left and right, front and back. It's quite entertaining when moving them to different angles and positions. And when placing a bag of marbles over a plain object, they tend to disperse themselves. A little bit like two small water balloons over a table. And if the temperature is quite right, they will look quite big. If the temperature is kind of chill, they will look a little bit smaller. Look at all of those marble bags with very different shape and sizes. It's pretty easy.
Marbles. Exactly. Marbles. But you can see here how, like, once you understand how marbles work, you understand how other things in bags might move. And vice versa. But, like, it's gonna make you better at drawing marbles and, you know, testicles with balls in them. But it's also gonna help you draw, like, boobs moving in a shirt, because it's the same process. It's still two hanging things. It's gonna, like, they move around like that too. Or it's gonna help you draw bags of groceries, or, like, I don't know, like, a cat in a bag. You're gonna understand how bags move. And yeah, understand how cloth falls better in general. And it also teaches you, like, momentum and stuff. And also, pint, fun fact, it is now currently raining. So Satan did hear your prayers. But, like, it is a thing that, like, once you understand the basic, it's not raining here, well, I'm sorry, it's raining here. It's like, it's raining pretty heavy here now, actually. I mean, it's not, like, terrible. It's not like a downpour. It's like if a light summer rain became, like, a lot. Send us the rain. I want to, except for also it's mine, bitch. Satan loves me more. I don't even live that far from you. How is it not raining near me? I know. We all live relatively close to one another. She could break me in half and I would thank her. I don't know who she is, but yes. Also, bear. Also, bear. Just putting that out there right now. Bear. Hi, Chef. Welcome in. She's a Full Metal Alchemist character. I see. You have chosen bear. Truth or bear? Truth or bear? I feel like I would like Full Metal Alchemist. Her husband is also the other kind of bear. Excellent. This is what we like. It's currently raining in South Etobicoke. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just like, all of the GTA just deserves some rain, but not the rain that makes the fucking Don Valley flood. Can we not do that again? Just like regular, occasional rain. Yeah, no, it's raining pretty hard now. And the subways, yes. If I could not lose power for like 12 hours, that would be great. In the Gardener. Where it's not here. I don't know, it's probably like 5-minute walk from you. I bet you. Pint, clearly you gotta go do a rain dance. God hates me. God and Satan are both conspiring against you specifically, Pint.
65432.
I'm gonna show you some shape stuff. And my room still smells like garbage. Well, have you tried, I got nothing. I don't know. Yeah, I got nothing. Instead, we're gonna learn about shapes.
65432. 1. Why don't we ever learn about digons and monogons? Or nolagons? Well, it's because they're impossible, right? No. Real eyes realize that you and I walk around on digons and monogons every day. But Big Flat tells us that two straight lines can only meet at no points, 1 point, or every point. A digon, a polygon where two straight lines meet at 2 points? That could only happen if the lines curve, then it wouldn't be a polygon. But what if the lines don't curve? What if instead the space they inhabit curves? This line is straight. A two-dimensional observer would agree that it never turns, but unbeknownst to them, the line does curve into a higher spatial dimension beyond their comprehension. Add another straight line sharing those vertices and you've got a proper digon. This is what mathematicians call a spherical lune, and it's a true two-sided polygon. But it's only possible in spherical, not Euclidean geometry. On top of that, the
Non-Euclidean!
you live on is a monogon, a one-sided polygon. Its one and only side is any spherically straight line you can draw on the globe, a great circle. A nolagon, however, is legitimately nonsensical. A polygon must be made of connected straight lines, but because a nolagon contains no lines at all, it can't even enter the contest, and therefore, like you, it lost the game.
So, just so y'all know. Just so y'all know. I watched that like days ago, and I'm like, I gotta give this to stream. Y'all lost. So, you're so upset with me. Look, peace offering, peace offering, peace offering, peace offering. You can't be mad at me anymore. I was so invested. You did too, so y'all get to be losers together. I was never playing. Look, peace offering, okay? You can't be mad at me. You can't be mad at me, all right?
And it's there. It's there. The world record has gone.
We're all winners now.
It was there for nearly 5 years until January this year when Yang Yin came along and broke the world record with 41. And now Kim Ye-ji from Republic of Korea.
She doesn't need to blue steal the camera, and
world
yet
record holder. What a week it's been for her here in Baku. We can't forget, of course.
So I hope this peace offering makes that up to you. Y'all can't be mad at me. I gave you a peace offering. So now that you're here, this thing's been stuck in my head all day.
Ask not for whom the Venga bus is coming.
The mom perfectly
It is
timed shot.
coming
Shush, cat.
for thee.
I died when you sent this to me. Yeah, I can imagine. This has been my life all day. Kat sent me a Brian David Gilbert thing. We were gonna watch the Brian David Gilbert thing. You're showing off the women's Olympic shooter again? Oh, always. I will. Very important people is funny, front to back. Best part is right after the reveal when Brian is clearly experiencing some type of mad scientist gender euphoria. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I do feel the grip now, yes.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my God. Oh. Okay. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, wow. Finally feeling on the outside what's in the inside now. Yeah, this seems right to me. Everything feels exactly as it should. I feel incredibly powerful. All good things should have a bit of malice in them, don't they?
Agreed.
The punctuation of that is exactly what I want. Howdy there.
How's it going? Come on into the workshop.
Now, the thing is, I could also go much higher. I don't mind that. Oh, good evening.
I feel like that
have a
claw
sort
is
of-
just
a
big
voice
enough
that
to
breaks
fit.
every other word.
I
could also go down here for a bit.
Somewhere.
Necessary. I try to make sure that I'm as approachable as possible. That's why I changed the arm. There's something fabulous about me, too, and I do enjoy that. It feels great to be a 10, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Seems right. Oh, you.
Brian David Gilbert with long hair could just... He could do anything to me with that claw arm, let me just say. People were joking that Kojima was going to slide into her DMs. He fucking absolutely would. Fucking... The thing is, too, though, right? Like, gender euphoria from, like, visuals is something, like, I've genuinely experienced. Because, like, when I get tattoos, that's, like, kind of what that feels like, is that you've got, like, gender euphoria adjacent feelings. Like, the more alternative I look, the more, like, I get, like, euphoria from, like, looking alternative. And, like, the more tattoos I have, like, when I look at photos of myself, like, old photos of myself, I'm just as freaked out by seeing myself with no tattoos as I am seeing myself with tits. And I'm not joking. It's as weird to me to have tits as it is to not have tattoos. It's genuinely the same thing to me. Which I know sounds ridiculous. But, you know, here we are. It's just like some special effects stuff. This is like mad scientist horror adjacent special effects stuff.
In the movie Alien, the acid blood effect hitting the floor was done by pouring acetone tinted yellow onto styrofoam board. We've all seen
That's so fucking cool.
Right? Well, here's the spin we put on it for Alien Resurrection. We covered the board with metal powder and did the same thing with acetone, and check that out.
That looks so sick.
That is a pretty cool practical effect.
Practical effects are so good. That's so much cooler than fucking AI or like CG. Practical effects are so fucking good. Like, I don't understand why you would ever do CG if you could do a practical effect instead. Practical effects are so much better. And, like, actors like them better because you can play off of that. You can, like, look at it and be like, oh, that's what that looks like. And it gives them, like, something to work with rather than just a fucking blue screen or green screen. Yeah, you can work on dinner soon, Steph. I mean, I've been sort of picking away at lunch this whole time, so, like, it's not like a massive rush, but whenever you feel like. But, yeah, it's just... I love practical effects. Like, all of my favorite stuff in movies is practical effects. I like doing practical effects. I used to, for Halloween, I used to do, like, prosthetics and things. Still, a lot of times with my cosplay, I try and have everything, in camera as much as possible. Like, not just because I hate editing, because there's that too, and I'm not super great at editing, or Photoshop, but like I like to have as much be practical as possible. So like if I'm doing a fake blood shoot, I am covered in random, probably ketchup. If I'm doing a shoot where there's like a flower in my eye, I've glued that in my eye. If I've got a shoot where my leg's bent the wrong way, I will just bend it the wrong way. I try and, as much as possible, have everything in camera that I can possibly do. I try and do light in camera, if it's gonna be colored lighting. I try and like, yeah, I like practical effects. I don't have the budget to do like super cool practical effects, but like some of my favorite things is when like people like a friend of mine, Gray, Poison, He does cosplay stuff, and he once did Anne from Persona in Anne's like red catsuit with all the weird zippers, and he made it out of latex with functional zippers that should not possibly work. Or he did 2B out of latex with all of the like sewn details actually sewn into the latex, which requires like putting holes in latex makes it tear, so it had to poke holes very carefully and then reinforce them to make that work and not tear itself apart, and then still be something they could get in and out of with like hidden zippers and stuff. Like, I love that sort of thing. Or it's why a lot of my cosplays I try and make out of real clothes. A, because it's budget saving, because then I can use that in my real wardrobe, or they're reusable and I can use them in multiple cosplays. Like the bodysuit that I normally use for Angel Dust from Hazbin Hotel, I originally had bought to do for Desire from Sandman. So like I get a lot of crossover. Or that purple wig I use for Yuri from Doki Doki Literature Club, I've also used from Midnight from My Hero Academia. So like I do a lot of stuff that's like I can reuse in multiple ways. Also, for everyone that wasn't here earlier, let me show you what I was shooting the other day. I shot this. I shot this Friday night. Let me grab them real quick. But, let me put music back on real quick. But this is what I was shooting, late Friday night. Because I was shooting Yuri again, but I did like a boy version of Yuri. We went shopping for that red tie earlier that day before going to see Deadpool. Oh, it is pouring now. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this looks. Hell yeah! Yeah! I posted like BTS stuff in Discord as well for the people who are there. You've probably seen this already. But like, I am so happy with how this turned out. I haven't like even gone through any of the pictures yet, but once I get some edited, I'll maybe show you some previews. Very snazzy. Thank you. But yeah, I'm very pleased with these. So yeah, that's me. We shot outside in a park. It's very dark. I was overheating like mad. And then I took some, we scared the shit out of a guy in the park because he just walked by while I was posing. And it was really funny because like I had a knife out and I was on a park bench. And I was just like leaned way back like this with a knife as he like bikes by. I scared the piss out of him. And then he bikes by, he's like, oh God. And then he comes back later, he's like, oh, the moon looks really nice. But we had prime lens on, so we couldn't really use the camera to take pictures of the moon because a prime lens, like, it's like a fixed, like you can't zoom with it. And ours has like a shallow depth of field for portrait photography. It's really good, makes faces look gorgeous, has really good natural fall off. It's a really beautiful lens. It's not for astrophotography though. It's better for like close-up stuff. So I used my phone. Now this was my first attempt. Pretty decent, like really lovely, like getting close to like a harvest moon sort of vibe. It was like nice and orange. I will in a sec. And then that was just like bare settings. And then this is with pro settings. That was taken on my phone. Look at how good I am. So, trick if you want to take photos like that of the moon, is you actually have to turn the shutter speed way up so it takes the photo way faster and drop the ISO, so that the sunlight reflecting off the moon doesn't blow out the whole picture, so then you can get the details. So you can like see the difference. It also kind of cut out a lot of the color, but that was because of the white balance. I could have fixed that, but I was trying to get it quickly before going inside because my head hurt from that wig. I will tell you, don't wear a meter-long wig. It hurts like ass. Yeah. I was really happy with it. Okay, Steph sent me something. Let me see what the hell Steph sent. I gotta pause this.
What's in the Elon Musk?
Oh my god. Steph, why do you send me YouTube shorts?
In the
Because fucking YouTube shorts don't open properly. Anyway. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Because TikTok below. I like TikTok. TikTok is great. I mean, it also is terrible, but it's also great. Let's put it this way. The YouTube algorithm keeps trying to send me right-wing bullshit, even though I've made it very clear that I'm not interested. The TikTok algorithm does not do that. I think it's only sent me right-wing stuff once, and that was because it was when the convoy was in Toronto, and it was getting real fucking confused. Just don't want TikTok installed on my phone. That's fair. I do enjoy TikTok. I like YouTube too. That's whatever. Basically, as long as it's not meta, I'm pretty much fine with it. Fucking don't send me Instagram Reels. I'm not opening Instagram Reels on stream because Instagram can eat my entire butthole and choke on it. Instagram Reels, don't really work when you open them up on desktop. Also, they auto loop and that you can't restart them. It's very frustrating. And also, Meta sucks, and I hate Mark Zuckerberg, and he can fall into lava in Minecraft. Okay. Let's look at our favorite boy, Brendan Lee Mulligan, yell about something.
Elon Musk at a New York City deli.
For people that don't know, there's a lot of famous New York delis that have sandwiches named after people that were either the famous sandwich they ordered or what they loved. Elon Musk is the latest in a long line of technocrats who offer absolutely nothing to society.
True.
They posture as inventors and visionaries.
This is the second time you've taken what I thought was going to be a bit and just gone off on the monologue.
Hey, welcome to New York Deli.
Hey, there, we're back at the show.
How we doing? Oh, you want an Elon Musk? Great. That's a foot-long semolina with an absolutely cratering Tesla stock in the middle, okay? And then we smear that with an aioli, which is just a fancy mayonnaise. And then on top of that, we put a person who's being poisoned mentally by the social media company that they bought and should not have, who is radically becoming basically a neo-Nazi in front
Not even
of
basically.
all of our eyes.
We lost
But yes.
the character.
No, and then we get
What's in the Elon Musk at a
That's
New
so
York City
funny.
deli?
That's so funny. I love Brendan Lee Mulligan. He's so fucking funny. He's the best. You know what else I love? You know what else I love? Other than some good gabagool? This picture, look at it! That's me! That's me! That's me! Down there, that's me! There's no man on earth he hates more than Musk. That's possibly true. Elon Musk is definitely up there. But look at him! Look at him! There's also a, where's my fucking mouse? There's also this one, which is very, very cute. Very cute. Glaceon. And a Leafeon. Look at a little Leafeon! Look at him! Look at little beans! Look at a Vaporeon! Did you know Vaporeon is objectively the best Pokemon? I'm gonna stop. We're gonna look at Umbreon. We're gonna look at shiny Umbreon for a second. Ezreal, no. Ezreal, no. Look, I've got big brat energy going on today, alright? Full on gremlin crimes are being committed. My Discord quotes that bit at least once weekly. That tracks. I will say, I don't mind it, especially because it led to the Flareon copy pasta. Have you ever, Kat, are you familiar with the Flareon one? The Flareon copy pasta? No? Okay, let me find it for you. Fear, I'm reading it to you. Flareon copy pasta. Okay. Hey guys, did you know that in terms of human companionship, Flareon is objectively the most huggable Pokemon? While their maximum temperature is likely too much for most... Sorry, I'm putting music on. While their maximum temperature is likely too much for most, they are capable of controlling it, so they can set themselves to the perfect temperature for you. Along with that, they have a lot of fluff, making them undeniably incredibly soft to touch. But that's not all. They have a very respectable special defense stat of 110, which means they are likely very calm and resistant to emotional damage. Because of this, if you've had a bad day, you can vent to it while hugging it, and it won't mind. It can make itself even more endearing with moves like Charm and Baby Doll Eyes, ensuring that you never have a prolonged bout of depression ever again. Flareon! Flareon! That's not that bad. Okay, that's precious. Exactly! It's so good! I love that one! It's my actual favorite thing. It's so cute. I genuinely love that copy pasta. Should I read out the Vaporeon one on stream, or should we just leave it? Should we just leave it? People can Google that. People can Google that. So Flareon is the aftercare Pokemon? Exactly. Look at how cute it is. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look how cute that is. Flareon is the most huggable Pokemon. Look at him. Ah. Flareon is so cute. Flareon is so cute. Aftercare Pokemon is fucking wild. Okay, let me see. Yay, so many emotes. Okay.
You know, people see that I grew up as a girl and they ask me, Leo, how the did you learn to be so masculine? Like, did you have a masculine dad? Who taught you how to be masculine? Whose behaviors did you study? And I'm gonna tell you the truth. The answer is no. I did not learn from my father, from any other male figure. So instead of telling you where I learned it from, let me just show you.
369, damn, just suck it to me one more time and roll. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. When the sweat drop down my ball, all these bitches raw.
But genuinely, that is where a lot of trans masculine people learned our shit. From cartoon guys. From little guys in cartoons. Like, genuinely, I'm not a furry, I mean, genuinely though, what is a better example of positive masculinity than a cartoon character dog? Unfortunately. Like, for real.
I think I'm gonna blame Pokemon for my gender dysphoria, because you're telling me that every couple of levels you can completely change form. Now that I'm 25, why have I not? Why have I not evolved? I've evolved up here, but I haven't completely changed shape. So I think it's Pokemon's fault. I would like a conversation with Mr. Game Freak.
Mood. Why haven't I evolved? Why I still... So, like, I will say, though, I do kind of, as a human person, feel like I've changed from an Eevee to an Umbreon. I do feel like I have evolved, because I do not look like the same person at all. Like, that's what body mods are. That's how you evolve as a Pokemon, as a human being, is you get body mods. You cut your tits off and get tattoos. Bleach your hair and get a bunch of piercings. That's what you do. And you get really confident and you tell people to fuck off and embrace being weird. In a fun weird way, not in a weird Republican piece of shit weird way. A mood, yeah. Okay, music is back. Music is back. Music is back. We had fucking so many we leapt through topics today. Does anyone, Pint, can you share me some Olympics gymnastics stuff? Because I wanna ogle at boys. I've been ogling at girls. I need to ogle at some boys. I need to be gay in a different direction. I need to be gay but for boys instead of gay for girls. Cause like we said last time, right? This is my thing. I made some clips from last stream, and this one's my favorite. Anytime I'm with any person of any gender, it feels gay to me because I'm all genders at the same time. So it's me with someone else of a similar enough gender because I can I match their freak, so it's gay. That's kind of the easiest way to put it, is if I can match their freak, it's gay. Anytime I'm with any person of any... If I can match your freak, it's gay. Of a similar enough gender because I can I match their freak, so it's gay. That's kind of the easiest way to put it, is if I can match their freak, it's gay. Anytime I'm with any... Like, legitimately, that's... any gender, that's what it is, right? If I can match your freak, it's gay. So I need some... And I'm really good at matching freak, because I'm freaky in all sorts of directions. Every attraction is gay. Being non-binary is the best. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why it rules to be non-binary or gender fluid, because you can be gay with everybody. Like, you're a girl, great, I'm gay. You're a boy, great, I'm gay. You're non-binary, great, I'm super gay. It's really funny too, because like, I'm like so accidentally T for T, because like when Steph and I first dated, both of us thought we were cis. That is not the case. When Salt and I first started dating, we both thought we were cis. That's not the case. Every other relationship I've had as an adult, that like started after I turned 18. Both of us ended up being trans, I think. Straight up, most of the relationships I've had ended up being T for T on accident. Yeah. It's because they can match our freak. So it's gay. That's what it is. T for T is the gayest you can be. T for T is new gay plus. That's what it is. T for T is new gay plus. Fucking, I say the most out-of-pocket shit all the time. But like for real, like obviously being T for T doesn't make you like immune from all relationship problems. There can still be abuse in T for T relationships and that sort of thing. But it's just like, ow. It's just like one axis of like understanding each other a bit better. I like being gay little weirdo with all my gay little weirdo friends. Also, NGA plus, yeah, new gay plus, new gay plus. Because that's what the plus stands for. That stands for trans. God, I say the weirdest things sometimes. Let me say. Also, I'm trying to figure out what that emoji is. That emote, chef. Is that like a hot dog nose? Like, what's happening there? I need to make that bigger. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, it kind of just is a hot dog for a nose. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. I love being gay. Being gay is awesome. Yeah. God, my back hurts like fucking crazy. It's ridiculous. I have a massage tomorrow though, so I'm excited. Oh, you know what I can do actually? Cause I'm like, what else am I gonna talk about? I wanna show you what I wonder if weather what? Weather what? Let me see if I can like show you the stuff I was working on today. So over the weekend I was doing a bunch of editing. Sorry, as in back hurts because of weather. Oh, no. It just hurts because I've been sitting on this couch with no back support for 4 hours. Also, my back always hurts. I get a massage every 4 weeks. So my back usually hurts right before I go because it's coming up on that time. Can I show this on stream? Yeah, I can show this on stream. I'm wearing shorts. This counts. Oh, don't be big. That's not what I meant to do, mouse. Mazouse, I need you to cooperate. So this is what I was editing over the weekend. So I don't know if I showed you guys this stuff. I think I might have shown you like BTS stuff. But this is what I've been editing. Stream gets a preview. VO is kind of famous for their collection of cursed emotes. Yeah, those are very cursed. Yo, your underwear? Yeah. They're boxers from Naughty, and there's like, you can like kind of see it, but there's like a matching sports bra with like a cloak tank top. I love them. Yeah, they're so good. So like the vibe of this is supposed to be like cosmic horror and like H.P. Lovecraft adjacent. Yeah, it's very, very spacey. I'm really happy with the lighting. All of the color in this photo is captured in camera. The only thing that I did was sort of tone down the pink a little bit because it's a little bit too saturated because, you know, vibrant pink light is like, well, pinky purple. It's like a lot. Thank you. Yeah, the Baroque set, that's at the Darling Mansion. I shoot there a lot, but I don't think I've shot in the Blue Room much. I really like it. This is kind of like, of course it is, yes. This gives me like massive gender euphoria though. Like I feel fucking hot as shit in this. I feel gorgeous. I feel so happy. I can't show you anything else from this set though. I've been there exactly once playing Vampire the Masquerade LARP. That's awesome. I've been to the Darling Mansion a redonkulous amount of times. I'm at that place like literally always. I go there like a couple times a year. And then I edited You Are Gorgeous is so lit. Oh, thank you. You're fucking gorgeous. Fuck you, you're gorgeous. This I also edited. This was the set I shot last week. Where I, was overheating to death because it was like 32 degrees out and I'm in a sweater and leg warmers. I also fucked up my ankles because I haven't broken in those shoes yet, but I love those shoes so much. I will say though, this pose I'm doing right here hurts because, those spikes are sticking into my leggies. The spiky near Crocs are rad. Yeah. They're supposed to be like Mary Jane's sort of. But they're like Mary Jane platform sneakers, so they're definitely kind of like Crocky adjacent. They're fucking comfortable as hell once I got them. Like by the end of the shoot, like the plastic in my heel had like chilled out a bit. But I love the color on these. I don't wear them nearly enough. But they're so fucking good. I really love this outfit, and Steph actually made this mask. It is going over my respirator. I'm not good at shoe types, good to know. Yeah, no worries. Yeah! So, let me see if I can zoom in on the mask more. So you can see by the strap there, that's my elastomeric respirator that I wear for COVID. I've shot in it before. And then we have like a plastic cover that goes over it with, these are plastic tubes. So the inner tube, like the smaller section, was the extra leftover tube from when I did my Fremen cosplay, the like little nose tube thing. So it was like the extra tube from that. And then the outer tube, we got like a plumbing tube from Hardware Store. What's the character? That's Himiko Toga from My Hero Academia. Basically an Ivy line? Yeah. So her normal outfit is like a little different, but I was doing like a street fashion-y version of her. Amaze. Yeah. I don't want to like show everything. But we did stuff in the street, and then we did some in the park, and I had ice cream. So yeah, I got to take the mask off, and which is good because I was starting to overheat from just having all of that like rubber in my, because it's not very breathable. I'm breathing through some pinholes. But yeah. And the ice cream melted, like we were walking like near the McDonald's that I got this from. It was melting so fucking fast, it's ridiculous. And also I should give credit, the wig, this is a wig because I don't have bangs. This wig is by, those hair buns suit you unreasonably well. Thank you! I can do that with my hair, the buns. I just don't have bangs, so wearing the wig is a lot easier because I don't have to try and like, because I have clip-in bangs, but I got them back before my hair was as lifted as it is now, so now the bangs are a little darker than my hair. And I can't like bleach them because they're synthetic. So the clip-in bangs aren't really working anymore, and it's hard to like blend the thing. So this wig's a lot easier. And this was done by Poison, or Gray. He styled it. This is what he used when he did Toga, and then sold it to me when he doesn't cosplay Toga anymore. So, there's that. And then what was I just finished editing these today, so I haven't picked which ones I'm posting yet, but there's at least one I know I'm going to, so like I can show you this. Because I finished editing these today. Right before stream started. Olympics, I have no idea what's happening here, but I'm gay. Okay, sick. I will click that in a minute. But yeah, this is me as Donna Beneviento at Blue Mountain. So it's the village, like Village at Blue, or Blue Mountain Village. So I'm like Resident Evil Village at Blue. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm so unreasonably excited about this. Like, so many people at YetiCon loved my Donna Beneviento. Even people who didn't know what it was, right? Because there were a lot of families around that just like didn't know what the fuck was happening. They're just like, that's really cool. That doll's weird. Lots of kids were scared of me. Like, a lot of kids were really scared of me. Makes sense. It's stylish as fuck. Thank you. Also, like, just finished dinner. Should I give you a bowl? I'll wrap up soon. I think I'm finishing in like a couple minutes. But yeah, the kids were pretty scared because I have a fucking flower in my eye, and this doll's terrifying. Like, I genuinely was scaring a lot of children. And they were like running away from me or trying to hide, and I was like, I kind of feel a little bit bad, but also I don't. But also, fun fact, so all of this stuff, doll is horrifying, yep, good job, thank you. But yeah, the doll is a resin print, scaring children and Salt. Yeah, Salt was terrified. And it was like in our hotel room, so he couldn't get away from it. But the doll is resin cast by Dangerous Ladies. They also gave me like the hooks and eyes and stuff, which was very helpful. This is from their second sale, so this is their last one. They also gave me the flowers and the hair, because they had some left over from when they made theirs. But the dress, I hand sewed myself. I glued the hair and the flowers on. I made the veil myself as well, and I hand painted everything. So the whole doll is painted by me, and the dress is completely hand sewn because it's lace. So of course it's hand sewn. You can't machine sew lace even if you want to. Thank you. Yeah, and it's got a functional zipper in the back, so I can take the dress off of her if I want really easily. If I need to like spot clean it or whatever, or dry it. I'll have to poke you about sewing one day. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not good at making like actual things. Doll clothes are a little bit easier because like she's supposed to be kind of a raggedy doll, so any mistakes like are fine. And I don't know how to pattern draft or make things from scratch, but I alter things really regularly for cosplay. I will also say for that cosplay, all of that stuff, other than the stuff for the doll I made specifically for that, but everything that I'm wearing is stuff I already had. That skirt is one I've had for forever. I got it at a Value Village. This shirt I got for a Star Wars cosplay for Am from Star Wars Visions, the animated show. So I bought this shirt for that. Oh yeah, totes, I just got a sewing machine recently. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know how to use a sewing machine at all. I just hand sew. And this flower comes from like a bunch of dollar store flowers that we bought for a spring photo shoot that I did. It was like a rope bunny one that I can't show on stream because I was naked for the whole thing. But it's the set my my like calf tattoo is based on. This one. I'm in love with the shirt we just wear casually. It's a really nice shirt. And it's like if I zoom in more. These are practical buttons all the way down to here, and then there's a zipper past the waistline to kind of make it easier to get in and out. It's a very, very comfy shirt. And then these boots were the same ones I wear for Asterion. They're New Rocks. They're leather Chelsea boots with a metal heel. But yeah. Getting this spot, I had to fight like 40 families to get in here, but I adore Resident Evil Village. I mean, I cosplay 2 different characters from that game, so I obviously like it. I also did that in that set. I can't show it on stream, I don't think, but there's some shots of me in a Gloom bikini. But I can show you, I'll show you Angie by the pool. Because Steph took this while I was sitting there. I think I've seen those ones, yeah. But yeah, I did, I did preview shots, I think I showed everybody of like behind the scenes me doing selfies. But yeah, it was me in a Gloom bikini. But yeah, look at Angie, look at how pretty she is. Yeah, she's having a good summertime. She's so happy. Look at her, like, wistfully looking off into the... This is unreasonably well, like, taken for a photo of the worst doll ever invented. Unrestrained summer fun. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I spent all day today editing. So, I have a little bit more to do, and then I can start working on September stuff. But I'm very pleased. I'm very, very pleased. Go you, thank you. Yeah, I'm finally getting like caught up on stuff, so I should be ahead soon. Which will be nice. Oh my god, my back. I just, that section of Resident Evil 8 with Donna is, I think, my favorite section of the game. As much as, like, Horny Me really likes Castle Benevento, or, Castle Dimitrescu. House Benevento is just, like, the scariest part of that whole game. I recently watched the Game Grumps playthrough of Resident Evil 8. I just stopped after they finished, House Benevento, because I really just wanted to see them play my 2 favorite parts, which are at the start of the game. I love Bella Dimitrescu. I love Lady Dimitrescu. They're lovely. I love, like, Gothic architecture. I love, like, vampires. I really loved, like, the inspiration that they took. It was very, like, Dracula, especially with, like... Ethan Winters gives me big Jonathan Harker energy because he doesn't know what the fuck is going on, and he's, like, fucking personally resistant to fucking figuring out the point. I also think they should have made the order of the villains different. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I get, what's-his-face being the end. But I definitely think, like, Castle Dimitrescu being so early means that, like, it really doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Heisenberg being the last makes sense, but Castle Dimitrescu just feels like it doesn't make sense why you would kill the daughters to get your daughter. Like, we spend so much time there, and then Fishman, yeah. Yeah, it's like you spend, like, Castle Dimitrescu is awesome, then you get, like, House Benevento is great, but I feel like it's a little bit too short, and then Fishman is, like, a whole time, and then Heisenberg's last. And Heisenberg being last does make some sense, I guess. I don't know. But I love the game. I love the game a lot. And, like... I hate looking for apartments. Yeah, it is the fucking worst. Speaking of... I mean, it's not off topic. That is horror. I also wish House Benevento was a touch longer. Yeah. It's so good, and it's, like, the one part of it that's actually leans into, like, actual horror rather than just monsters. Because, like... I mean, Heisenberg's section is kind of scary in that, like... the mechanical android things are kind of scary. But it's, other than being startled and a little bit freaked out by them, it's not like a completely terrifying environment. Or like, I mean, the Fishman, none of that's scary. He's not scary at all. I mean, it's playing off of like, Shadows over Innsmouth and Cthulhu mythos stuff, which is fun, but it's not like scary. He's pathetic. And like, Castle Beneviento, or Castle Dimitrescu could be scary, but you're mostly just horny the whole time, so you're not really scared. So like, it doesn't really work. But yeah, I love horror. I love horror a lot. But like, yeah, House Beneviento is the only place that's like truly has you on edge, and I think because it subverts a lot of what Resident Evil does by taking, like, Resident Evil, you always can protect yourself, like survival horror, but you have guns, and House Beneviento being like a escape room with no way to protect yourself is just so good. You're gonna love horror, and I'm still scarred by the Bride of Chucky. We are not the same. No, we are not. I cosplayed the Bride of Chucky actually last year. Now I do, yeah, Steph is right. I need to go get dinner. I have a work thing I need to do. We're gonna raid out. But before we do, I'm gonna explain to you where we're raiding. So, I think I've told you guys that I really like paranormal stuff. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I really like paranormal stuff. I have a paranormal project that Salt and I are working on still. It should come out hopefully by October. But I really like paranormal stuff, and what's gotten me interested in it is Paranormal Detour by D-Tune. So, I've always loved paranormal shows. I used to watch them a lot as a kid, and I kind of tuned out a lot of them because a lot of paranormal shows can be really cheesy. They don't take skepticism seriously. They're often especially like things like Ghost Adventures with Zach Baggins, like very disrespectful of locations and the history. Lots of paranormal stuff is like super exploitative, doesn't take ableism and mental health seriously, doesn't take racism seriously, doesn't take sexism or whorephobia seriously, and a lot of these places are haunted by especially like disabled people and mentally ill people. In the US, it's a lot of like plantations with racist histories or dead sex workers and people making like these really awful jokes, which made me kind of fall out of love with paranormal stuff. What I really appreciate about D-Tune stuff is that it's always very respectful of the history. It's skeptic friendly. Like Jordan says he believes, but like always tries to debunk stuff as much as possible. Does streams, like paranormal streams live, so you know that he's not faking it, and then they'll do a review stream later where you go over all of the evidence, all of the clips, and we'll try and figure out rational explanations for things. Which is a great exercise in like understanding like burden of proof and all of that stuff that I harp on all of the time. And like I think it's a good example of like paranormal stuff because it walks a fine line between not being super. Thanks, Mara. Welcome in.
Just resubscribed for 38 months. Debunking is when you fall out of an elevated bed.
That is true. Fucking God, Mara. I hope you've been good. But yeah, I like it. It's not like super credible, but it's also not like that shitty way that people can be when they're skeptical, where they're just like disrespectful of people's religious beliefs or their faith and stuff. So I really like watching it. For me as a non-believer, it's essentially like a really fun, you get to learn the history of a place. And Detoon's really good about like sharing the actual history of a location and not like speculating or coming up with stuff that's just scarier than what actually happened, and being really respectful. So I get to learn history and then watch someone be scared for a couple hours. It's pretty great. A lot of the times it's just them scaring themselves. And yeah, so it's like a really, really fun time. I really appreciate the respect that goes into it. And it's kind of inspired me to start going ghost hunting, especially because like Jordan brings like a really interesting perspective as a queer person of color. So like when they go to locations, they pick up on stuff in the history and are able to explain things that can have like a nuance and an appreciation and a compassion that is missing a lot of times, because paranormal is also a very white dominated space. And I felt very similarly about adding my perspective as someone who is a Satanist in a space that's very shitty to Satanists, that constantly is like, oh, there's demons, Satanists did rituals here, and that's why it's haunted, and it's like all of this weird shit that doesn't make any fucking sense. Jordan doesn't do that stuff, and it's like inspired me to like bring my own perspective to things. So that's like a project that's very slowly being worked on. But the first episode of Detour that I ever watched was the first episode of Detour, which is them going to the Bel Air house. And he is now returning there with the original people that he streamed with the first time he was there. So it's like this really, really, really fun thing. He did another stream Sunday night that was really spooky. He got the most scared I've ever seen him. And then they're doing a solo stream on Thursday. So we're gonna raid into Jordan and support Jordan. If you're not into spooky stuff, that's fine. I believe they're in there just starting, and they're gonna be doing the tour at first as well. So it's not gonna be scary for like an hour. And obviously if you need to raid and run, that's also fine. But I figured I almost never stream on days where this happens, because it's normally on Sundays when I'm working. Or often is, or like other days where I have other stuff going on. So I'm really excited to be able to raid Jordan. So go give your support, say hi, and yeah. They're in their starting soon screen as well, so like you're definitely not gonna get scared by anything if you're not ready for that. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you for supporting me, especially like a weird time. Woo! Thank you, Mara!
Dine gifted a cat marionette a subscription. Mara Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to a cat marionette.
Yeah!
They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much, Mara. You're the best. I should make a raid message. Love your sub alert animation. Is there a button behind it? I forget. there might be. I think that's the companion cube one, so there actually isn't a button for a bit. But that's really funny. But yeah, we're gonna raid in. I'm gonna, oh. Okay, there we go. I spell checked this time. Hellcat's ready for the spooky. Okay, we're gonna raid. Give all your love, and I appreciate you so much. I'll be streaming again next week, I think on, let me check real quick. Tuesday night again. So I'll be live on the 6th, but it'll be at night again, not a day stream. I have a hair appointment, and then I'll be live at like 5 or 6 p.m. depending on how tired I am. But yeah, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I will see you all. I will see you all. Yeah, D-Tune raid. Sport one of my favorite streamers. I appreciate you guys so much. Love you. Hope you don't die of heat. And yeah, I'll see you all later.